Welcome back, folks. It's another fight night. What's good? It's Tom. It's Fdot, and it is Jamerson, and we're ready for another fight night arena here on Giant Slayer. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. Almost didn't recognize you without a hat on. We're both rocking the quarantine hair right now, and so yeah, I feel you in spirit, brother.
Yeah, it's a wild one, but I think we've got a wild one coming at us with the respects to the games as well. If you guys have caught the recent tournaments, we actually have some rematch here from one of the shows that happened recently.
Yeah, the Nerd Street Gamers, one of the first tournaments out early on, and so I love what they're doing. But getting to see this matchup right now, there's a lot of teams, a lot of talent currently trying to clamor for any kind of victory here, and it's pretty exciting to be able to spotlight this matchup between SpotUp and Underrated.
Underrated has actually been on the show before, not in full force, but Ainge and RetroQ actually have shown up on Fight Night Arena. So they're familiar to the whole world of what we're doing here. So it should be interesting kind of watching these guys go head to head against SpotUpVAL, who are a little bit newer to the show, but these guys were really successful elsewhere. So they should be a bang up tournament.
Yeah, again, there's just been so much competition. Just every day, it seems like there's a tournament for Valorant here. And so Ara, Benny, Figment, Segoyat, Cap, and Tucker will be representing Spot Up here, going up against Underrated, like you had mentioned. Two of the players we have seen before, Retro and Ange. They'll be joined, of course, by 4Pack, JMO, and Shanks. So really excited for this match. But again, it's about who's laying in wait after this match.
For sure. Way2French are really, really powerful. They kind of surprised us the last time they came around, and actually shouts to them. So if you're unfamiliar of the format here on Fight Night Arena, the way it works is if you win the tournament, there's 2 best of 3s. And if you win the tournament, then you move on to the next week. And sorry about this. The winner stays on the table, as we like to say. And then 2 people step forward to try and take the crown from them. They fight off in the beginning, and then the winner of that goes on to fight against who won. Way2French waiting up in the wings, as we said. And these guys got some big neck recognition recently, actually.
Yeah, I am always a fan of the King of the Hill formats, especially when we get to just have repeat kind of champions coming back week after week, because we're learning so much about Way2French and the way that they play. And Way2French definitely getting a lot of recognition now, especially, I believe, ESPN rating them amongst one of the best teams right now. And
yep.
That's a lot to say, especially when you look at talent like TSM, G2, all these other squads right now that are signed to a proper organization, getting funded, with salary and everything. And to be listed up in the upper echelons like that's got to be a huge honor, but also just a testament to your skill.
Exactly. That's the key. That's the key, is that these guys are so damn good, and they're just starting out. We're going to start our night out here, Spot Up and Underrated. We're going to be on Bind first and foremost. Underrated have chosen the map, which means Spot Up gets to choose which side they start on, and it's going to be the defensive side. So we'll see how these players all work out. A Sova, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I think the notable differences here is that Spot Up will be running the Raze, while Underrated, for their duelists, they're going to be running the Phoenix. And so different kinds of compositions, and especially for Spot Up here on the defense, Raze is absolutely fantastic. Underrated starting off on the offense here, wanting possibly just a better start, have a better entry frag with the flashes that the Phoenix offers.
Yeah, I generally week after week talk about Raze being the pick on this map because of her ability to kind of lock down Hookah specifically with all of her explosives in that small corridor, in the small close quarter combat. It tends to work out. But when you look at the Molotovs and even the Flame Wall, Phoenix is interesting in Hookah and perhaps has abilities that extend themselves elsewhere. I'm looking at A site as well, where a good firewall can kind of block out vision from the other side, like we usually see a Sage wall. Obviously, you can shoot through it, but a similar mentality here.
Yeah, Shanks from Underrated with the first contact here. Nothing really used, though, just only he still has a flash along with that wall, but it's still a default play, basically, almost a contact play coming out here, as we do have... Looks like the Sova lineup coming out. He's got the info. They know where the enemy Sova is as he tosses out his own, trying to slow them down, but they're going to get smoked off.
A little bit of aggression. We saw that it was the push on a B, and then they backed off, and then Underrated tried to push on to A, and they backed off again, and filtering through Hookah. Underrated going to bust onto the site. One player down for Spot Up, and so it's going to be a 4-man rotation trying to retake this site. Spike going to be planted right about now. And Underrated, they've got 5 players up, and they're in a good spot here to deal with the 4 from Spot Up.
Yeah, spot up all coming from one angle as well, not able to rotate out properly now. So this exit here as they try to make their way on through onto the site. Two of them are here now. They're all on the side actually, but it's going to be Retro taking that first duel, wins it out. It's a traded 1-for-1.
Oh, man, had the snap pick on the left, couldn't find it on the right. Ara, though, takes down Jamo on the long, can't get the player in hookah, and there was one more waiting around the corner to the right as well. So an uphill battle for Spot Up, and Underrated are able to take this one, not quickly either, which is interesting. I don't say that as a negative point whatsoever. A lot of times these pistol rounds can kind of be fast and furious, but Underrated kind of took their time on this one and played tactically.
Yeah, tactically indeed. First, of course, getting contact over by B and then selling it as a fake by basically committing those smokes, the brimstone smokes onto A, which ends up ultimately being the fake itself, rotating on off to B with a great lurk coming out from the hookah player along with the octagon player. Now we do have a 3-man stack pushing up long B right now.
This is where they have positioned themselves, though. If you go into that hallway, you kind of have to commit to B. So the players staying on the outside of that hallway kind of let everybody know that they were testing the water, so to speak, dipping a toe in, not going to full commit.
Yeah, Shanks starts it all off with the lurk over at A side. Here's the first spray. Oh, no. Shanks with another one, but it's Jamo hold it down.
Ton of players here. Wow. I did not expect that. That triple peak coming out from Spot Up looked good on paper, Jamerson, but they just they didn't turn the corner all at the same time. They kind of just walked into that.
Yeah, it also comes down to Underrated doing a really good job there of playing that very safe. On the anti-eco, a lot of teams can get caught off guard by the aggression from the ecoing team, but instead they played fairly default. They picked their battles very wisely. Shanks getting that push up through short A, getting a lot of information for themselves and starting it all off. Again, it's a lot of the utility being used well as Shanks now going to go ahead and push up, just missing the timing on the Sage that was able to pick up that ultimate orb.
Playing for picks here is Underrated as the spike is back at spawn. Everybody just trying to look for some sort of contact, but Spot Up playing this one very patiently. Previously, they've been kind of pushing into things, getting into trouble here. Spot Up still with aggressive positioning here. 2 players near this octagon position. And Shank's going to look for the entry. Opens up with a poorly placed flash, and it doesn't work out. Sage on the other side finds one and the second. And so Underrated. Mechanical mistake coming out from Phoenix, and it costs them dearly.
Yeah, they're going to have to go ahead and back off now. We do have some pushes going on over at the A site as this Sova has already pushed up through bathrooms, through showers now. Is going to go ahead and send out his arrows to try and get any kind of information. Shock Dart doesn't hit anyone. This operator angle, we'll see. Timing might be a little bit awkward here as he tries to push out now.
Recon bolt's destroyed, so he knows that somebody's there. Of course, somebody could be in a lot of different spots. Anj coming through real hard. And Figment on the other side. 2 players in. Figment gets one. Can't find the other. As Anj gets the double kill. Can't finish off the triple. So it's 1 versus 3. Underrated on the bad side for the first time all game. I say all game like we've been here for a while. But it's been relatively short. 2 wins for Underrated. And the first for Spot Up.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there was that first flash coming out from Underrated there that didn't really do anything. Having 2 players covering that angle over at Octagon, Underrated underestimated Spot Up's ability to really just hold those angles.
Well, I mean, Shanks just missed. I think he just sent the curveball into the wall. I don't think it actually got around the corner. I think he just, like, oopsed.
Got baited a little bit by the brimstone smoke that went down that they were trying to push out of.
And you know, you look at the teammate and whoever died after the Phoenix, excuse me, I don't recall. That's one that I like. You kind of pat that guy in the back. Like, all right, you followed the teammate exactly the way you were supposed to. Ooh. You died for it though. So because your teammate messed up.
Yeah. Right now, though, still playing this really well, of course. Like you mentioned, that hookah control coming out from that raise, it's so difficult to try and push this angle, especially when someone's covering it with that operator from the high ground. It does have to back off. It looked like someone did get walled. Ooh, the paint shells doing some damage to Shanks, but they are going to be slowed down now as they have 4 members over here from Underrated. The spike is still back at spawn. The recon bolt catches him out.
Ooh. Much better curveball that time. Shanks tosses it around the corner and clears the rest of Hookah, but still having problems trying to push out from there. Nice kill around the other entrance to the site. 2 players in Underrated jerseys underground at the moment. The remaining 3 still trying to push B. Sova's over at A, but SpotUp do have 4 players here trying to defend, it looks like. No, just the 3. Sova's there with Cypher on the other side. So it's a 3 versus 3 defend. And there's the ultimate coming out from Brimstone. Buddy's going to be able to grab 2 more, bringing him up to 3. And Anj, the Lone Ranger, finds one through the wall. But with 3 players staring directly at him, he's going to turn tail and book it.
Yeah, that was just a great ultimate coming out from Benny, understanding, of course, with the timings there that they essentially had to commit onto that B site. Once they got spotted out there, he knew they're playing from hookah, and all he has to do is just throw down his ultimate, either force them out of their position before they can go for the execute, or just get the kills. And what happened? He picked up 2 kills there. So SpotUp coming up with 2. Now the economy for Underrated in trouble here, as it looks like Anj will be able to at least half buy for himself, picks up a gun and a light armor, but the rest of his team not so lucky. So we're going to see the sheriff buys coming out from JMO and Retro, along with Shanks picking up that ghost.
A lot of times I almost prefer the ghost. The sheriff, just in close quarters, the kickback is so high that I feel like I'd rather spam the cheaper pistol. If I'm playing the sheriff, it's because I've got a lot of confidence in my 1D, you know? So the shower angle, is this I guess this is the place to play the sheriff.
The sheriff definitely works here in range if you're going to be holding back by that teleporter exit, or try to maybe shoot over at Heaven from here. But it's a 4-man stack. Sova spots one out, going for that jump peek. Luckily, his head didn't get taken off there, but here's the first shock dart. Hits onto 1.
Wall's going to be put up here. So, Underrated having a bit of a problem. But, interesting little spike placement. Almost everybody knows about walling off on A side, but the wall off on shower is a little bit more rare to see this play come out. So a nice little tech play here from Underrated, but doesn't seem to be working out too well for them, and they already find themselves shortened by 2.
Oh, Brimstone ult coming down to actually pull them off that defuse for now. Here's the flash from short. Anj is able to pick up 2. Be able to get more here.
1 HP in a dream. a gust of wind flew by and took Anj down. SpotUp will get the defuse, and after 5, it's 3-2.
Now, Underrated, though, being able to get that spike plant is going to be huge for them. They're going to be able to pick up extra utility, of course, coming into this. It does look like they do have the money to go for that operator, and so that plant itself was massive for them. Also doing some economic damage to SpotUp. So even though SpotUp have taken 3 in a row, their bank isn't kind of running away at this point. They're not accruing so much interest here. It's Tucker, though, who's got the most money on his squad. The double operator play now coming out from SpotUp.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, you're right. They can't pay their grandchildren's tuition, but they're certainly feeling good right now. The double op on defense is almost ideal because I think you can hold one of the longer range spots, usually Heaven, right, with the op on A, and then long C or long B. So,
JMO with the dieback there. You just get rezzed up and goes right back down. Don't know exactly what the angle was for them, but that's a huge one. Forcing out that ultimate and just punishing them already. As, again, this is a difficult push now for Underrated. They're going to go ahead and try and push through Octagon with that flash, but Bunny with a nice angle takes out 1 before he's traded away.
Nice job there, kind of trying to hide from the flash and understand the teammate will be there through the teleporter. Underrated goes. The rest for SpotUp is good, and Underrated will find themselves looking for the other side of the map. No, scratch that. It's the teleport and the run back. the real big brain play here. And Underrated's going to go for A site.
The timing by Ara to peek over at U-Haul gets that kill. They're going to go ahead and wall off and at least secure the plant for themselves. The recon bolt will go ahead and give them the information, but it's just, of course, the Sage that was on there. Here comes out the L drone, as this is really what they want for that retake. Understand what the positioning is. One by boxes, one still over at short. They weren't able to pick up that one itself, but that's going to allow them to set up this crossfire, take out Retro, no problem.
Yeah, that was huge play right there, coming out from the Sova, pushing through U-Haul specifically, because that was the area that prevented Sugoi from getting that angle. That op needs to have the angle for the player running out, coming from main, and by going through U-Haul, you eradicated the threat on the right side. So the op player could walk up, have the Radianite box to his left, and the opening to the right, sure, but you've just cleared that area. So it's clean and clear and under control. No problem. Beautiful use of the owl drone, and because of that, the op player is able to stand up, stand tall, and actually get the last frag of the round, bringing them to 4. Beautiful play.
Underrated, though, able to continually at least get these spike plants along with the max lost round bonus are going to force up here. So we have a few light armor buys on the field for them. But again, when you're going into these rifle rounds, the difference between the light armor and heavy armor sometimes is just inconsequential. So that extra money spent on it really might not matter, especially if everyone with their aim is just able to get the headshot 1 kills.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes that conversation comes up, but usually just buy what you can afford, right?
Mm-hmm. When it comes down to the rifle rounds, again, I don't think it's really that important for that 25 extra HP. So now it looks like it's going to be another B push, possibly coming out from Underrated. Pushing through this smoke has been the kind of the bane, trying to turn this corner. Bunny, again, with an excellent defense, getting that first frag.
Really well played there. And I got to agree, you know, it's the early rounds, it's the submachine gun rounds that that extra HP actually really comes into play.
Yeah.
When everybody's got an op.
Rounds. It's on those anti-eco rounds when you really want that extra armor. Sugoi, this B-site defense has been immaculate coming out from Underrated. Bunny finally does go down, but Sugoi once again trades away, and Tucker finds Ange.
Ange played that really, really well from a pushing through hookah standpoint. There are a couple of angles that you've got to be aware of, and we have the X-ray, so we were able to see the enemy player through that main box on site. And the way he was maneuvering around there was actually really, really clutch, but walks out and kind of gets hit off the odd angle. This one's going to go to spot up again. Underrated, unable to really find the spike plant, and the time runs out. So lucky number 7, and it's lucky for spot up, as things have been going their way tonight. Pretty swimmingly, actually, after the first couple.
Yeah, we're seeing why also teams are kind of veering away from the Phoenix. Like his flash is good, but it's so telegraphed, you know? And even though you still get flashed if you turn away from it, its effect is just, I don't think it's that great. I'd like having the Rays here instead. Honestly, even on the offense, starting off on the attack, I think the Rays could at least offer you a lot more. We haven't seen the run it back used as well yet from Phoenix to try and get a huge entry. So maybe on their next rifle buy, they try to go uber aggressive with it.
I mean, we haven't seen the run it back. I haven't really seen any impactful mollies. I haven't really seen any flame walls at all. You know, and so I think that's really the bigger story here. Phoenix is, I'm with you. I think Rays is arguably the better pick, as Underrated are positioned around A site, but you can absolutely make the Phoenix work. It's just a matter of actually doing it. So Underrated breaks through main real quick. Shanks and one other. No, it's just going to be Shanks. They're going to push their way through U-Haul. Figman from up top gonna fire and forget. Tucker combines with the ultimate out of Sova to go ahead and grab that, and wow, we could hear that one. Figman shows up and takes down Kev. Bunny joins the party. Up goes Tucker, down goes Tucker. And the one remaining player here for Underrated, soon to be dated, skated, debated.
Debated, exterminated. Spot Up now 6 rounds in a row, and I don't know if they needed to use all the ultimates, but I like how cautious they're playing with this. You know, they're not leaving anything up to chance with that. We see the On the Hunt used by Sova first to deny that first plant, gets the kill. Bunny uses his Benny. Yeah, Bunny. I keep swapping between Benny and Bunny. Bunny ends up using, of course, his Brimstone ulti as well to clear out. It was U-Haul that it went down on. And so they're not leaving anything up to chance here. They've got a huge lead, and they're continuing to grow it.
It's a high angle there. Underrated, though. 2 rounds under their belt. Those were the early rounds, right?
That was just the pistol and the ensuing anti-eco round for them. Once it got to the rifles, they have not been able to do much at all. And it's been majority rifles so far with a force-up, with an eco round. But this max round loss bonus, you know, it's the only thing that's saving them currently, but they haven't been able to get much going. It's been a lot of flawless victories so far for Spot Up. Here comes the plant, possibly.
Wow. Figment just barely getting on out of there. A big push from Underrated. And this is what I was going to get to, because this is one of the better looking plays that they've had all game. Underrated starts this one off, taking down not 1 but 2 players on the enemy side. Bunny is high, and Underrated know about it. In fact, it's going to share that heaven spot with 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, got to be careful here.
Just a standard execute finally working out for Underrated, and I think what it comes down to, it hasn't been as much about the executes. It's just been about winning the duels. Underrated haven't been able to win any duels at all whatsoever up against Spot Up. Every time they went over to B, we saw Bunny getting that first frag. Kev will be able to take Bunny down as we speak about him, but there we go. Nice exit. Slow orb splashed off. Oh. And that's a much needed victory by Underrated, by the way. Ooh. Retro isn't able to save that operator, and so that's a tough hit. Simply because right now their economy is reset. They don't have the money to pick up another operator if they wanted to. So they're not going to be able to, of course, I guess, stand toe-to-toe. Sugoi has been outstanding with the operator so far, and he's able to go ahead and pick one up once again for this round.
Here's the thing, though, what was the biggest difference here between that round and all the others? And the answer is tempo, right? They actually went in quickly.
They went in quickly. They also won the duel. I think that's one of the first frags that Underrated's had, or first bloods in a round in almost 6 rounds since the initial 2 rounds. It was Spot Up always opening it up there. At this point, though, Underrated, they've got to understand that Spot Up still have the economy behind it, and so they're going to play a little slow. They're going to play for the contact. We'll see how this works out. They're eyeing possibly going up long, going up towards Octagon, but I feel like, you know, you've had some really bad experiences there. You might want to lean away from that one.
See, are we gonna get this thing also going? Nice cage trap. For me, it was like Phoenix is a character that I think you largely have to look to play quickly. Those flashes come in quick, the Molotov, right? You got to just expend the kit real quick and run in and run out. And these slower, more cautious, more trepidatious pushes don't really line Underrated up for success. See this, Shanks flashes, walks in, double kill. Second flash, triple kill. Just like that. 9 seconds got to go. They got to put the spike in the ground. It lands. And Underrated looking for their 4th victory of the contest. It's 3 versus 1, and it's a lone op player in the back.
Yeah, Sugoi kind of stuck here now. Really, the opportunity to try and save is dwindling away, especially when you take a bullet to the dome. Kev will be able to finish that off, and that was a nice fake that Underrated sold. And even though it started off with Sugoi getting that initial frag onto the Cypher all the way over at the A sites, they sold it right afterwards, throwing down the brimstone smokes, committing their utility onto the A site, quickly wrapping over to B. And yeah, like you said, it came down to Shanks. being really fast on that tempo, winning those duels, getting onto the site, and finally having those flashes connect.
Yeah, that's everything. You know, it seems to come down. There's only 5 players on your Valorant squad, right? And all gun skill consumed equally. Segoy shows up. Good thing Retro has the res. It's back to a 5-on-5. But you know, you've got your information gatherers. You need a cipher. Most of the time, people think you need a Sova. You need a Brimstone, right? And then you've got a little bit of wiggle room. You've got to play the game that those wiggle room picks are giving you. And Phoenix is fast, man. Every time we've seen Underrated hit the gas, they hit the dub.
Yeah, and so I like how Ara's like changed up his angle there, playing closer towards boxes, just in case, you know, there is like a wall execute onto the A site, that he's on the proper side to try and contest early on. But again, we're playing a default now as things have slowed down here for Underrated. They got 45 seconds left to go, and they're starting to congregate all the way over here at the A site. Bombs even hinting at going there as 2 are pushing up short now.
Well, mid's all clear. Sova got that info, and Sova's going to get that kill as well. Through the wall. 4-on-5, make it a 4-on-4. Here comes Shanks with the ultimate. And no info. Can't find anybody. Finally gets around and gets credit for the kill. Figment goes on down. So 3 players left to defend, and 2 of them have to make their way to the site. Third will be coming on through showers. And Bunny is able to confirm that kill. So it's a 3-on-2 as Kev gets taken down. And all of a sudden, SpotUp have some real claws in this match.
Yeah. JMO will go ahead and back away for now as we got that Brimstone ultimate coming out. And they clear out U-Hauls as they push forward. Looks like with that Molly, they're going to be able to cover out this angle. The spray isn't there as JMO answers back. He's only got 11 HP though. And the defuse will go down. And SpotUp, clutch out that defense is Underrated, though. So close on being able to pick up a 5th round.
11 in the books. 1 away from the swap. And SpotUp have looked real strong here. Again, they lost the first 2. But they found their footing and kind of just have been out of control ever since. That said, Underrated did claw their way back into it. But this is Underrated's, I think, last... they're lucky that this is the last round before the swap, because if things don't go this way, they have no economy. So very thankful that the pistol round is what followed. 7-5, respectable. 8-4, how do you feel?
8-4, honestly, not bad. It's again defense sided, right? Everyone feels that way. Most of the maps feel very defense sided. Oh, JMO took a lot of damage there. He's gonna get healed up, but now that's his armor gone.
That was just a drop of the ball. Like, I think everybody there just assumed that someone would take care of the bot.
Yeah.
Like, oh, oops, it hit you. Sorry, bro. That's a prank.
He had his back turned towards it too. He had full trust in his team. That was a trust exercise failed.
Yeah, his team just scrolling the gram real quick.
Just let him fall flat on his back there. We do have the Silva on the hunt coming out here from Underrated, clearing out some angles, but it gets nothing. Bunny still holding this angle here, which has been great for him. And this is what we're talking about. SpotUp have been so good here, playing the defense on Octagon. There's only, I think, been about 1 round so far where Underrated have been able to play off this. The ultimate will be used by Ange to get info about where the team is, and it looks like he will be able to get the plant down. No, pulls off of it for now, but again, it's 2 versus 1. He's got 4 HP. Shock dart.
No, he doesn't. Pop Tart, and that's the end of the half. 8-4 as SpotUp the defenders take control of this one. Moving on as Underrated look to defend here. Anything from the way SpotUp defended that will give us insight into how they had planned to attack here?
Not really. It's hard, right? Just because the way you play here on Bind, well, most of the maps, it really doesn't dictate exactly how you'll play on the offense. I will say one thing about what Spot Up were doing on their defense. They're very passive. Very few times challenging in bathrooms. They played far back. I think the most aggressive they got was on long B, going over for the boost. And so I feel like they're just going to play this pretty standard because when it comes down to gun skill, Spot Up, they've been winning the duels, the entry frags, the first bloods. It's been going over to Spot Up, and that's why they've got the 8-4 lead right now.
Oh, man. Segoy, the long-range sniper player with the shorty. You'll have to see it.
It's about subverting expectations.
Shanks looking for the flank. We'll see if he can be successful here. A push relatively fast. Oh, doesn't even get a single shot off inside. It's a bloodbath. 2 and 3. Ainge with 2. The other team with 3. Retro's going to find one as well. So all in all, 3 on 2. Underrated. The defenders going to match that. Retro with a good pistol round so far. Friendlies to the front and back, looking for the defuse, and Kev's going to be able to defend. That's a round. The defenders take it. Underrated. Start this one off again in their favor.
Yeah, taking that pistol round, very good for them, especially having to play back up from 4 rounds in the deficit here. If they can cut that down to 2 rounds, especially with the anti-eco win here, it should be good standing for them. Spot Up, though, well, we see a lot of teams, of course, coming into that 3rd round bye that even if they lose the 2 rounds, that pistol and the eco round, they'll be able to come back with the 3rd with a huge firepower difference. But take a look at this buy coming out from Retro. He's got the judge in hand.
This is how you own a hookah shop. You just sit here with the judge, and whoever walks through gets owned. That said, it's only 1 player that's sniffing around hookah. 4 remaining attackers on the long spot. Good molly from Shanks. That's going to delay players just a little bit. Has 2 flashes available. Retro, eager, but
yeah, he's just preparing at this angle. Now, Spot Up, it looks like they will be committing to this as the smoke goes down. Retro finally gets that kill over by Hookah, and this eco round going so terribly now as 3 members of Spot Up have already gone down. Shanks through the smoke finds 1 more. And how they just weren't able to get anything going. They weren't able to get past the archways here. They just got completely shut down. Sometimes, you know, you have to have that bravery to just push through a smoke, do something audacious that catches the other team off guard. But instead, they played like the smoke was fire, that they were going to take damage from it, and they got punished.
I love the way you put that there, where just a little bit too afraid, you know, and where sometimes you just got to hit the gas. I think that was absolutely one of the situations. Underrated, we're trailing by a decent amount, but now have won another 2. They seem to be grabbing rounds 2 at a time, or wins 2 at a time here. They won the first 2. They won 2 more in the middle of the last half. Now they won the first 2 of the second half. If the pattern is to be followed, Spot Up should just go ahead and take it from here. But Underrated have a little bit more momentum in their favor. And don't forget, the map also generally considered to be in their favor right now as they're playing defense. So Spot Up unsure of where to go. 2, 1, and 2 left, mid, and right specifically. So
yeah, this triple stack by Underrated at Hookah, I think, is a little bit of an odd choice.
Yeah.
Especially because they're playing against the Rays, right? To be stacking in those close quarters can be very difficult. You can get spammed out by the paint shells, take a lot of damage, and someone comes peek over your angle. Luckily for them, you know, Spot Up or decided to send us on over. They know that the operator is up in heaven. They got 1 player over at U-Hauls. It gets peeked. He doesn't actually take any damage as he backs away.
Ooh, jumps away. Even gets away from the shock dart. And a nice wall going to keep him out of trouble. Spike goes down. Spot Up want to follow that up with some damage. Figment's going to grab JMO. 1 player left inside of U-Haul. 1 in the back and 1 up top. U-Haul's gone. Still 1 in the back. And still 1 up top. And Ara's going to get the information. Kev all the way in the back.
Enemy down.
Gets the gunshot. Oh, they're too early. Can't find the flick either. Everybody knows where this guy's at. Down he goes. And attackers find number 9.
Yeah, finally, again, it came down to that third round. Once we get through the pistol round and the ensuing anti-eco or the eco round for Spot Up, once they have the superior firepower, once they're able to play at range, win out these duels once again. Now though, we got to imagine what's Underrated's economy look like. Again, we do have the new spectator bug. I forget exactly how to fix it. But yeah, it won't show us the scoreboard. So we're only seeing the 1v1. That's a little bit unfortunate. But I think we have a general idea of how things have been going. Bunny's been slaying out for one side. Ooh, getting peeked out by that drone. Does have to be careful. All right, Anja's going to challenge the angle over by Showers as it's been completely given up by Spot Up, and they're not even going to take the ultimate or don't want to take the chance as they've got this nice flank going on, but Tucker wins that one out.
Yeah, the turnaround pretty nasty. Tucker doesn't know. Oh, finally sees the player last second. Down he goes. 5-on-2. Spot Up looking for double digits. Going to run back, pick up the spike. Where do they go now?
They could just run it over to A because it doesn't look like, B's not going to be rotating off. Again, anywhere they take it, it's fine. But I think A is possibly the best place because there's no Sova to slow you down. The Cypher, you don't have to worry about the camera. You don't have to worry really about the cages or anything. And so it looks like it is going to be a push onto the A site. The rotation up from Underrated as well to send 3-man over to B. It's going to be a free plant for Spot Up.
Just like that. 3 players need to come take over this site. And 2 of them are still all the way at B. The third making the rotation from spawn. Already slow walking, so it's going to be about a minute or so. What you looking at, Brimstone? Like,
what you thinking about? Nothing, just some smoke stuff.
he just looking up in the sky, found a bird, trying to talk to it, you know? Brimstone is on with the world.
Birdstone.
Right between
Ooh,
the eyes.
I love it. I want a Brimstone skin that's a bird. JMO flying away with this one. Grabs 2. Spike is going to go ahead and detonate and Spot Up have number 10. Underrated though, 3 players standing will be able to save the majority of their weaponry, and I don't hate that play. I think that is probably one of the more that save. You had 3 players standing versus 3. That's a questionable save, but because of the period of time in the game, your opponent at 10, you know. You have 6. It's relevant to think you can come back into this one. You know what I mean? Like I don't hate that save. Where most of the time in a different context, I might be yelling right now.
Underrated have been struggling on the rifle rounds. 4 out of their 6 round wins have come off the back of the pistol and the ensuing anti-eco. So the dual potential for Spot Up is definitely in their favor. Underrated, understanding that they've got to try their best and get the best buys that they can into these rifles to continue to fight up against Spot Up. Trying to go into the eco rounds themselves, they haven't been successful at all whatsoever. Now, here we go. First spray down, JMO gets one onto Bunny. Careful, but he's got Retro here to back him up.
Standing close at Octagon. Players line up.
I know exactly.
Retro could only find 1. I really thought we were going to get the Collat splat. But a nice burst coming out from Kev. The victory goes to the Silva player.
Oh. Bigman holding a nice angle there. Yeah, Anj should have checked that corner. Kev's coming up huge with this Bulldog, though. Underrated will be able to get the plan. It's going to be a 1v2 retake. Shanks, goes down.
I love the Bulldoggy. It's very strong. I really do think it's very strong. The burst potential. You find a headshot, you click it. You know, it's just as good as the expensive rifles. I think the difference really comes from the extended engagements. Nice job there from Aura. 4 kills in the round. And SpotUp find themselves 2 away.
He's even able to save that operator for his squad. Going to go ahead and drop that on over to Sugoi. As he will pick up a Phantom for himself here. Now Underrated. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough task for them now. They're 2 rounds away from losing this map. And again, like we said, they've been struggling. You had brought it up briefly earlier, Fdot. You know, what if this proceeds to follow that same pattern? Well, last time in this pattern, SpotUp ran it, I believe, 8 rounds in a row before Underrated were able to come back.
Yeah, and we don't have that many rounds. There's just not that many rounds here. Underrated, though, a number of them have their ults, and Phoenix is going to pop his, and yeesh, can pop right away. Not the greatest look here for Shank. So, the fallback there from Underrated's Phoenix player. Here's
Shark Dart. Yeah, doing a little damage to Bunny here. And I want to see Bunny posture a little bit more up, but we'll see. We do have all 5 members of SpotUp, and it looks like it is going to be an execute onto the A site. Once they get a little bit more information, that recon drone, if it spots out the Cypher, that was a great pick by Kev to at least stop that. That's going to allow Anj to push up with the Judge, but Bunny doesn't care as he picks up 2, no problem.
Tucker is going to fire blindly into the backside like that play. Not sarcastic either. I do like that play into the smoke with the ultimate there. It's a clean move. That's where somebody's going to be sitting, trying to wait out the smoke. Underrated, 3 players alive. SpotUp, excuse me. 5 standing. Underrated have a Brimstone all the way across the map. So only 2 relevant players here for Underrated. And Retro is one of them. So he'll cut down SpotUp by 1. Figment going to eat it. And Retro just playing this safe, waiting for the opportunity, not really looking for the opportunity.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This is, even though they get the save, this round loss is basically like a map loss. Tucker finding JMO there, and so they're only going to be able to save that operator along with 1 AR coming into the next round. But 6 rounds in a row of map points for SpotUp, Underrated. Yeah. I don't know if they can hold on.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. What I have to say is that this is a best of 3 series. I think you're thinking about game number 2. Obviously, you know what? We've seen the comebacks. This can happen for sure. But it's just a tall task. So, you know, if I'm Underrated, I'm already reflecting on what kind of went poorly. If we win 2, I think I start, you know, things are a little bit more interesting. But right now, I think it's important to just be aware, like, hey man, there's more games to be played.
Nice little play with the Molotov coming off to deny that ultimate orb there as Shanks does get a little bit of chip damage off, spamming through. Oh, they spot him out. They know he's there. Here he goes. Bomb buddy out as he tries to back away from this. He clears it. Oh, he takes a lot of damage.
Oh, and here comes Sova, though. 2 on the side of the SpotUp. And Shank's going to look for the flash. Above, won't be able to find it. 1 from Hookah dies in the air, and the other 3 from Long are questioning their commitment. Through the teleporter they go, and SpotUp is going to be running towards A site. 2 players here, and they're going to be trailing. Wall up.
Oh, timing on that. Anj is able to catch him on that peak. But it's a 2v2 here. Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Anj keeping this alive for his team.
Great play. Just a great play. R is here by themselves. And the Spike is here as well. Down it goes. Trouble. Everybody knows where the Robo Cowboy is.
My eyes are better than...
And there he was.
That was a beautiful play, by the way. I don't know if you caught that, but they go ahead and swap out weapons, right? Kev was the one that had 150 HP, while the Cypher behind him had about 10. And so he gives him the operator. They swap off on to the AR, and they try to trade away. And so that was just a really great play coming out from them to secure that round.
Yeah, the understanding of how to prioritize those weapons was cute, and those are the differences. You know, if for us, but a lot of people coming into this game, newer attack shooters, kind of have the surface level complaint that a lot of the games can feel similar because you just hold the same angle and wait for somebody to walk into your crosshairs. And the counter argument is the adaptations that you got to use as a team and understanding situations like that. Like you said, with your HP on trading out those guns, that was a smart play, and that's not nice. And that's not something that just sort of walks itself in on day one. So good stuff to see that coming out from the players.
Yeah, great start. Underrated. They need to win these duels. They need these opening frags, and starting it off, shutting them down over at Showers is massive here. Spot up now, just playing defaults. It looks like they do have 3 over by the B site. Looking to possibly make a push. They're recovering the spike now, but I feel like they're getting competing messages as their raise pushed all the way up to A. Didn't really see anything, but see exactly what they go for here.
Giving second thought to that original push back to mid. Raze is right around the corner here in Showers and kind of asking for trouble for the player on the corner. Underrated, unsure of where to go with half a minute left. Spot up needs to choose a site and commit now. A looks like the site. Realistically, they've got 15 seconds to burn, I guess, because it's going to take a little while to get onto the site and then 4 seconds to plant. So they got to go now here, Jamerson. Anj going to look for it and miss. Wall goes up, and they're pushing.
Yeah, you try to spam with that judge. Did some damage, but there's a spike plant. Tucker's playing over at Showers, so he's going to be crucial to this defense. Make sure that, of course, he's got that high ground cleared up. Never mind, it's Segoy for the defense. There's taking out 2 for 2, but things are still being traded away. It's all up to the Rays now. Tucker still playing over at Showers.
One to the back, and that's all that needs to be known. That's the player that finds the kill. Ocho here for Underrated. First got a flex. But with the 8 in the pocket here, Underrated certainly feeling good about this one. As far as the economy is concerned, Spot Up haven't won one in a little bit, so they're probably saving at this point. Underrated, on the other hand, certainly feeling good.
Yeah, Underrated, of course, being able to bring over the double operator into this next round. So every little bit helps as long as they can keep this going, keep that momentum here into this round. Whew, that's nice. I wish I could afford that.
It's a nice one for sure. A big old bundle. A site empty. Spot Up slowly pushing up the B site.
What's crazy is how much info right now that Underrated have on the defense. They've got a very aggressive camera pushed up by their Cypher, and so they spotted that no one's over at A short. I feel like there should be a rotation coming out soon. It's hard to do that, of course, here on Bind, as you can always have that teleporter wraparound, but the players over at B should be prepared for this.
We'll see if they are. Shanks is lined up for sure. 4 players coming up from long, and 1 op trained on there. Brimstone's going to smoke this spot.
Oh my god.
Just waiting. Location revealed. There's the push on in. Underrated gonna walk. Here's an ultimate coming out from Tucker, following up the damage coming out from Bunny. Retro answers not once but twice before he gets taken down. 2 on 3. Spot Up with the good side of the numbers. And the spike gonna be taken through the porter to A. And likely planted without a hitch. Underrated has to look for the retake.
Yeah, that was great timing for them. They heard the port coming out from the other side here, and so they wrapped themselves back around. Knows one's over at CT, but it was that flanking player exactly. Where is he going to be coming from here? They do have the angle watching the back. They've got a camera set up as well. Ooh. As now Kev pushing through heaven, smoked off. Going to try and find anything, but things are dwindling away. The first kill, it's going to be Figment to pick it up, and Spot Up now on the verge of taking map number 1.
Follows it up with the sonar, and SpotUp have one player left to deal with. He's on the other side of A site. Underrated can't save. He's got to go for it. Walks up and walks on down. SpotUp take game number 1 just like that, 13-8.
Yeah, SpotUp, just excellent dueling potential. The majority of the rounds, I hope we can actually see the stats. I don't know if the bug does fix it. There we go. Take a look at the first bloods, by the way, coming out for them. Even though this was 21 rounds, 4, 5, 2, and 2. So that's what, 11, 13 of the rounds. But that's the 13 rounds that they won. Essentially, basically, those first bloods really coming up clutch for SpotUp.
Eight plants as well, you know? How many plants you got, James?
In my house, living or plastic?
Living.
None.
Yeah. Well, that puts you in a bad spot if you were the attackers here.
I would say even maybe the green onion I've got in my fridge, dead. It's been sitting there for about a month, so that's gonna make its way into the trash now that I remind myself.
Uh-oh. Well, gladly you can take out the trash. That's exactly what we saw SpotUp do here. Although, you know what? Maybe it's a little disrespectful because their opponents actually brought things towards the end. I did not expect that sort of comeback potential. Almost 8 or 9 rounds there at the end of it. You know, where do you think that momentum came from?
I don't know if it was how much of it was momentum. It looked like they had a difficult read. They were having a difficult time, of course, trying to go up against them. It honestly just kind of came down to finally Shanks a lot of the times opening up with finding a great frag, doing what he needs to do on that Phoenix. That's what we got to see towards the latter half of their attacking side, which got them the 4 rounds. But they're on the once they swapped out to the defense, kind of became a completely different beast. Of course, they won the pistol rounds again. They got the ensuing anti-eco round, but then they found themselves in that slump once again, where SpotUp on the opposite end. Once they got into the rifle rounds, they were just winning their duels. They were hitting their shots, and it looked like there was almost no answer coming out from Underrated.
That's the key. You know, at the end of the day, I think sometimes it's just about hitting your shots, and after those pistol rounds, SpotUp just seemed to be the better team on the court. And so with that in mind, is there a way to play around that fact? Because I think there absolutely is. So more specifically, I guess the question is how. To give you some more information, we'll go to Haven next. Underrated has chosen to start up on defense, and so do you think this will help or hurt them in game number 2?
So because this is a hero-based, skill-based shooter, if you're finding maybe some deficiencies in your ability to try and win out duels, is that you need to change something up in terms of your composition. I don't think Phoenix offers the same kind of utility that you really want if you want to maybe cut off certain angles and play for those duels better. If you want a little bit more control, maybe you go for something like a breach, or maybe hell, even go for something like the Reyna. Those leers, when you're having difficulty winning those duels, and you saw the way that Shanks approached it, because you can flash yourself, that you got to look away for a split second, and that split second could be the difference in a duel. If you run that Reyna instead, use the leer, which doesn't have the same kind of negative aspect, right, where you can't flash yourself, your entry becomes a lot faster. You got that split second to work with. So maybe they change up who they play as the duelist.
I absolutely agree there. I like the adaptation, or I like the acceptance of Phoenix, but no shade intended. Phoenix is a specialist character. Like when you can flash around the corner and reliably get that the 2-man headshot, right, with the USP, or excuse me, the Ghost. When you can nail that on a reliable basis, I think that's when you opt for the Phoenixes. Other than that, I think there are better choices, like you said, the Reyna, which, you know, Reyna, we got a lot of play when the character first came out. Launch, bang, Reyna. Now all of a sudden she seems to be kind of dwindling in her pick percentage. Why is that?
I'm not entirely too sure why. She is kind of that feast or famine, right? You really do ride the momentum of getting that first frag, being able to use the dismiss, use the leers and everything, and the heals. But it's about winning that duel. If you are a team, if you are a player that has real confidence in your dueling ability about getting that first soul orb, basically, then yeah, you can definitely run her. I would wholeheartedly though pick the Reyna over the Phoenix. Just that ability to really play off the economy as well, right? Not having to buy armor in a round can be huge, especially being able to clutch out in the pistol rounds because of how the Devour works for your squad. If you don't have to spend the 1,000 credits to pick up heavy armor because, well, you're confident in being able to get that first kill and getting that basic overheal from the Devourer, it can be huge. Taking a look at the change-ups coming out, though, underrated. So they're going to go ahead and pick up, instead of the Sova, they've got the Jet here. So they're going for double duelist on this side. Ooh. While Spot Up, they're not changing anything at all in terms of composition.
Interesting here. Spot Up, of course, the team that took the game number 1. And so, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's their mentality here. Underrated do decide that there's something that's missing a little bit. Like you said, double duelists in general, aggressive characters. So Underrated were losing the fights and opt to go for 2 fighters, which is an interesting decision. Jet, of course, does bring smokes as a smoke character as well. So there's something to be said there. But
yeah, smokes and the angles that you can hold, you can see that she was already hinting that she's going to be playing over at the B side a lot. And so once we get into the operator rounds and stuff like that, watch her going for boosts. But it's Shanks. There we go. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get these entries. He needs to get going.
And that's going to start it up.
The
3
flank.
players. Yeah, 3 players are still trying to make their way up long. Thinking about it twice, maybe. Spike goes down because of JMO. Last kills. Cam gonna be the last one, and it's 1-0. Underrated.
You know, so Underrated, they're playing a bit more aggressive than we've seen them on their defense. I love how they push up, and that's kind of what Haven does afford you here on the defense. You get to be a bit more proactive in your defense. You get to poke and prod a little bit more, push up their A shore, push up their B, push up through the garage doors if you need to, and teams have to be ready for that. Spot Up was not. Now, they lost their duels over at the C site. They allowed them to get flanked, and they only traded away for 1. So Spot Up, at this point, we'll see. Looks like they are grouping for an A push.
Largely. 4 players. Ooh, all of a sudden, 4 turn to 2 coming up long. And Shank's going to find a 3rd. JMO is able to snatch that 4th away, but team game, no problem. Underrated. 5 players still standing strongly, all staring at one Sova, stuck underground. And somebody's going to get him.
Oh. Oh, the shorty missing both shots on that one. That one hurt to watch.
That one right between the 2.
Yeah. He split the difference.
Yeah, just 3 points.
So Underrated are continuing that trend. Get the pistol round, get the antique around. Now this is where things can get bad. Double Marshall, double SMG, 1 Vandal versus just ARs for Spot Up.
Oh, we'll see. Spot Up certainly feeling good. Just immediately spamming the armor off this door, looking for the shots through into garage. So a nice deterrent there for the enemies hiding. Tucker, though, lines up and is a victim to Shanks's assault. Nice job using the ultimate and finding the aggressive push. That's the way you want to use that, by the way. Some people kind of have trouble finding the perfect situation for the Phoenix ult. Just blow it and get information. You know, you're a Sova bot, right? Just
yeah. The run it back is definitely one of those abilities, one of those ultimates where I think you kind of use it on cooldown. Whenever you get it, just try to make some sort of play with it. At this point, they do spot some out over at mid, and so Spot Up are going to try and slow this down. But Underrated here. We'll see. So JMO did take some damage, and so he's being a little bit cautious with that.
Smoke's just completely destroying mid. Nobody ever allowed to find a pick in mid this round. So where do we rotate? The answer's nowhere. Sugoi gonna look for the wall off on the right side, dealing with the molly on the left, and the player. It does not matter if you flash. Sugoi will find you anyway. 4 players up for spot up, 4 players up for underrated. The rotation away from B to C is going to be telegraphed. And spot up are aware of underrated movements as well. Bunny trying to hold the back line and won't be able to. So 4 players coming on through garage. Sugoi gets 1, but is traded out. Anj finds the 3rd kill of their own.
On target.
And a 1 versus 2 here. Anj is still alive.
There they are.
Figment gives up his location. We'll rotate back to the left side. Money's good for Retro. And the defuse goes the way of underrated. 3-0 for the defenders.
Underrated now, finally able to break that 3rd round curse here, and so that's going to be clutch for them, especially because remember, we have to understand the investment that came into this round. It was double Marshall, double SMG, and 1 AR, and so that's why their bank actually looks pretty good here. 5,000 on Retro, 4,000 on Anj, and 2,000 on JMO, and so this is an opportunity for them to build up a huge bank here. They just need to survive this anti-eco round, which, you know, they should be able to. They've got the distances to work with. And so as long as they play this nice and defaults, they shouldn't be caught off guard by any kind of cheese coming up from spot up.
Got to agree here. This is a discipline round. Underrated, just got to chill. Shanks pushing here. Not the most disciplined push, in all honesty. We'll see if it punishes or powers him. Tosses Molly into window and raises the wall. So completely denying that mid vision. JMO starts things off, getting a kill against the attackers, falls on back.
Oh, spots one out. Doesn't hit him with the sheriff, but hey, underrated, still playing pretty default. Now they are getting a little bit aggressive. There we go. Shanks over underneath window, finds that first kill onto Figment, who is poking and prodding over at mid. Shanks does have to be careful. He's getting pushed on by window.
1 to the left, 1 to the right, and 1 more to the left. Underrated. Make that Shanks the master. 4 kills in the pocket there after 4 rounds of the game.
Yeah, he's ready to have another run it back here. And his control over mid has been excellent, and this is what we wanted to see out of him as that duelist, finding those opening first bloods. It's been huge for them now. He's currently sitting at 10-2-1. And
Wow.
This is a great start. Underrated, taking 4 in a row, but now this is where they get challenged. It's the rifle round. It's going to be 4 ARs and operator on either side. Sugoi was winning out a lot of these operator duels in the map beforehand, but will it be the same here on Haven?
Smokes out on mid. Shanks 1 more time. Finds themselves pushing up. They get pinged by the location bot, though. So they will fall on back. Spot up still. Pushing up, sands the spike. So no commitment to a particular site.
Here.
Rectifying that, and now looking towards Banana A long. That's about the entire team. All 4 players coming up this one spot. 2 players here on defense. 1 prepared for hellfire. Not in heaven. It's actually 2 players to the left-hand side. Anj is one of them, and Anj is going to get the kill. Shanks is going to grab 2 after the fact before getting taken on down. And now it's Figment versus 3.
I have the spike.
Jet, the Brimstone, and Sugoi. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, still needs to get the spike down here. Ooh.
Figment showing on up. Still has a spike in the inventory. 22 seconds to go. Spike will be planted. Right side caught vision. Left side caught vision. Gets him on the left. Looking towards the right. Crosshair flick too slow. And the defuse will be good. Underrated. No.
He's going to go ahead and pick up the operator.
Oh.
Yeah. Just save the money here. Underrated here. Just making sure, of course, they're able to continue to grow this economy of theirs. Now, they took heavy losses with the 4 people dying, but again, this is 5 rounds in a row for them now. It's Underrated. All they needed was just a change of pace. They just needed Shanks to really get going. He's 12-3-1 right now.
I mean, yeah, that's the story here. Shanks is on fire. No pun intended. He's just doing it, right? And every once in a while, you have these plays. You have these moments where these players are able to just go off. That's the fun of this style game, I think, is that how these moments can happen.
Ooh, Kev. This time around, it's Kev for Underrated, who's been winning out these duels, the operators. And, you know, a lot can be said about the map balance, and I think this match alone kind of shows what the defense side looks like. Being able to hold those angles, being able to see nothing at all because you're running through a Brimstone ultimate. That was awkward.
Whoa, Shanks flashing around the corner, and it do not matter.
Ooh,
down it goes the Phoenix. Kevin's picking off these players through the smokes. Cute play there.
And they've got them kind of cornered in. As you can see, Retro has this flank angle with the operator as gets that first flick. Ooh, that was a beautiful one onto Tucker.
Really smooth move there on C's. Gets one. The other one, though, from the backside.
Now it's just a race to the A site here. As I believe the Cypher Trap will go ahead and slow them down. He clears it before that. There we go. He's just going to wait. No need to really risk this. They're going to set up the crossfire. They're going to allow him to have the plan. He's at 8 HP. This is going to be a miracle if he holds this.
Yeah, players are correctly approaching from either side. Nice job even shooting on through the box. You know, that's one of the simple things that you can do in matchmaking that will kind of elevate your team just a little bit is looking for any sort of matchment on how your opponent's or how your teammate is playing. Like if your teammate's trying to get the flank on the site, don't push without them. Wait for them to get there and then push with them. Things like that. I mean, that's why we see this round go to Underrated. And it's real simple to do. Just timing your pushes together instead of one by one.
Still the double operator in play for Underrated, and their economy looks so strong. 7,100, 6,800, 44, and 4K on JMO here, while we got a little bit of a light buy coming out from Spot Up. Light armors along with the Ghosts and the Sheriff. One heavy armor, though. We'll see if that's the difference maker. I don't think so with double operators in play.
Yeah, the Op's going to chew you. Whether or not you got the armor. Op's going to miss, though. And so it's a 1 for 2. Whoa, Jabo! 4. Just like that. The 5th lurking in window. Walking on through the smoke. Sees him, gets him. And that's number 5. Easy clap for Underrated. The ace going to Jamo.
That was just a great trade away. It was Shanks that started it all off by running in through mid. He gets the information for themselves. He doesn't get a kill this time around. It's Jamo, though, his partner in crime, backing up. 12-5-3 for Shanks, 12-2-1 for Jamo. This half is going absolutely absurdly in favor of Underrated right now. Is Spot Up haven't been able to find anything here on the offense. A lot of this comes down to the agency that's afforded to the defense, the way they're allowed to play as aggressive as they have been. Oh, speaking of aggression, though, Kev kind of overestimating his ability to get that pick, and he goes down in an area where it doesn't look like they'll be able to even recover him if they even had a res.
Yeah, you know, I didn't like that. The first time we see that play, it gets the kill. The second time we see that play, the opponent's ready, and it doesn't get the kill because they're ready for it. Third time, I mean, you're the one that got killed. I've seen this episode. Okay.
Shanks.
Waiting for the best opportunity to go ahead and grab that. Grabs a second, but can't find the after shot. Shot up, 2 players still here. And they're looking for B site versus Underrated 3.
Cage triggered.
right, two-man push spotted out by Retro. Falls back on the angle, and JMO is there playing from CT, and what a flick. Retro hits that up. 8 rounds in a row now for Underrated, and Spot Up. They've just lost all map control. They can't do anything at this point. Every time they try to make a push somewhere, they're always worrying about the flank coming out from Shanks, and it's just, it takes so much time that they're always worrying, like I said, always worrying about their flanks, that they're not able to set up their executes. If they try to play defaults, they just end up losing a duel when someone peeks out. Nothing is working out for Spot Up at this point, while Underrated just have complete control over this match.
Message sent.
Sugoi gonna grab one just like that.
I had the spike.
So Spot Up trying to claw their way back into it.
Here.
Two coming in from Garage, and Sugoi finds that as well. So Spot Up are playing back here, and they're kind of punishing Underrated's
You will not kill my
over-aggression almost. Pop, pop, and the raised player on the backside can't find the kill with the ultimate, and will be punished after the fact. Spot Up with 4, Underrated with 3, and counting.
Go Brimstone ultimate does go down onto the site now as they make basically the retake. Even though the bomb's not down yet, Shanks finds one at Dark. Retro finds Sugoi as well. Great utilization of their ultimates here for this. Now it's all down to 1. What? Blink and you miss it. Retro with the quick flick, with the quick scope, getting that secured. 9 rounds in a row. And see, this is, you know, that kind of the idea that you shouldn't be afraid to use your ultimates for some reason. You know, yes. I see a lot of times a lot of new players just being afraid to use their ultimates. Underrated, even though they were down a lot there, they just went ahead and committed 3 ultimates, the res, the Brimstone ulti, along with the run it back to win back that round. And that commitment allows them to get 9 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, I think it comes from some of the more liberal respawn shooters. I mean, obviously, I'm talking about, you know, things like Overwatch, where Zariel changes the round, right? A lot of these ults are huge. Oh, knife him. Knife him. Oh, come on. Give it to us. I wanted that knife so badly. You know, you're always worried, though, if the sound of taking the knife out will make them turn around.
Ooh,
you know?
Yeah.
How many knives in ranked do you have?
I don't think I have any. I'm completely honest. I don't think I have any, because I'm the guy that's always worried about, like, throwing for the knife, so I don't want to.
I got right here, actually, in this position. I got a knife today in ranked, sitting in that corner. See, I play Sova and make people throw smokes, and then I Sova arrow and run into it with my knife, and I'm like, here we go, bro. Wildly swing until someone turns around and hits me with the shorty, but that's a different tale for a different talk. 10-0 for Underrated, and perhaps their name is correct because they lost the first match. I would have rated them underneath Spot Up after that one as well, but here they are, turning the tables.
And it looks like 2 things, right? They finally activated that Phoenix. Shanks has really come online. Ooh. Speaking of which, though, Sugoi clapping him back. The operator player for Spot Up. He was a major force, but Retro, having picked it up in this map as well, has been clapping right back. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. But yeah, the side difference, the defense difference, you know, most of the maps feeling very, very defense oriented now as JMO pushes up. Taking the position of Shanks. Real quick turn on to Figment there, taking him out. And now looks like Underrated, ready to get 11 rounds under their belt.
3 players from Spot Up trying to plant in 45 seconds. B site looks to be their target here. There's 2 players already waiting for him. Spots one out. There's one coming on through the smoke. She gets smoked. Spike goes down, and just like that, Danny Ainge able to find 3 more picks. Good job, number 11.
So I'm trying to figure out what SpotUp could have done in this half to really try to get back mid control, because they've completely capitulated upon that. It's been all underrated. They haven't been able to do anything at all because of the two-pronged pressure basically coming out from both Kev and Shanks. I guess three-pronged because JMO has been backing him up there over at the window room as well. Now changing things up a little bit, Kev taking this operator now over to long A. Spots one now, misses that first shot, but he's got the knives out. Era will clean him up.
One trade out though. So 4-on-4 as the A push is on the way. That absolutely happened. And Stone did that. One for the money, two for the show, but JMO is the one that's got to get ready. Spot up one player standing, and it's Figment. So he's doing a good job of staying standing. Shanks with the flashes above and to the left. Knows exactly where he is.
He's trying to call for the knife. I don't think he hears him. All right. He's just got to go for now. Wall up now. And he's got the HP advantage too. 150 HP to about the 110. Is he just going to hold on to it? Oh my God. Oh, okay. He pulled off
You know,
there.
I mean, it is no longer the fake defuse. Everyone knows you're gonna tap the bomb, and for some reason everybody comes and peeks. So holding that right there, I like it.
All right, now swapping up sides. SpotUp have virtually no rounds to work with. Underrated, by the way, are 3 for 3 in this match in pistol rounds. SpotUp have not won a single pistol round up against Underrated so far. So all indications mean that Underrated send this into map point and send us to a map number 3.
Woof. We'll see if that's the case. Good lineup here on the Sova arrow. Have you seen the one from the other direction, by the way?
Yeah.
That's real smooth. You can get the entire A site and the rotator. So, oh, nice click in there. Kev finds the head, but it goes down. Easy peasy. 4 versus 5. Shanks waiting around the corner. Standing here. Will rush. Nice try. Flash comes in as well from a distance. Ara is going to be able to take down enemy Cypher. Heal from the drive-by Sage. And now it's a 3-on-4. Spot up again with the advantage, which they haven't seemed to have in the majority of game number 2.
Yeah, they've been hovering here at B side and haven't planted it this entire time now. As again, they have to back away, and it looks like they might have finally taken a pistol round here. We'll spot up. And a very, very crucial one, the most important one of all so far of the series.
One mid, one on site. And shots to the back are good. Shots to the front also serve a purpose, but it's ultimately a shot to the back that will finish it off. And spot up. 2 in the pocket. Just 11 to go. That's already the amount that Underrated have in total.
I'm really confused as to what Underrated were doing there, because their push looked so good. They got onto the B site, they were there, and then they were considering just pushing this all the way to the A site. They were hovering over there basically by A main.
Let's make them dance.
Kind of awkward, very awkward here. But it's also indicative now of how like SpotUp are playing, with how aggressive that Underrated were over on the mid site, that they even on the defense they gave up control over mid to Shanks.
Oh, the one tap is good. Shanks looks strong with the Sheriff. Can't look to his right though, and Ara overpowers him. Here comes 2 players from around the alleyway, and Figment's gonna win the trade. Submachine gun over shotgun. And Bunny trying to make their way into the site for the back end as well. Spike gonna go down. And so it's up to Spot Up to defend.
Molotov off, and so really their only option now is to push through CT.
And the second. And the third. And the fourth.
Oh my God!
And can't find the
Like you can
fifth.
stop me.
Oh, you just need to play for time here. Don't need a peek, but he will. JMO. Did he buy enough time? It looks like they would be able to get the defuse. And again, this is why you just need to play the objective. That could have been the 12th round for Underrated, but you know, Retro has come alive this map so far. You know, the operator play on their defense, but the hand operator play with the Sheriff there almost clutched up the round for them.
Insane. I mean, that Sheriff play, those are my favorite. Those are some of my favorite plays. I'll tell you right now. I mean, it's just impressive gun control and woof. Fun stuff. 11-3 after 14. And one more time, Underrated will find themselves looking for the picks. The boost of boosts here. And the very high shot goes to Segoy. Falling back. Not Ara, who grabs a double kill. Make that a triple kill. And Underrated, one player standing.
Weapon here. Weapon here.
So is this just the side difference? Is defense really just that strong? As again, Underrated, they only need 2 rounds here to send us to a map 3.
Probably will see a map 3. No disrespect to SpotUp, who again took the first game, but it's just there's very little wiggle room. You have 2 rounds, right? Lose 1 and you're on match point. I'll tell you right now, I feel next to no pressure when playing against round win number 10, right? My opponent has 10 and I have 3. We can come back from that. That feels doable. But 11 really feels so much different to me. Figment's going to start us off taking down Shanks, who has been one of the stronger players here for Underrated tonight. Top fragging or nearby it. So that is a good way to start off the round if you're rooting for SpotUp. And they're going to look to walk away from A site now and make the rotation up mid and to B. Seems like the move for SpotUp.
Yeah, they should be able to get the spike down here. So it's going to be a 5v4 retake for SpotUp. Underrated in the post plant positions. Got a nice angle set up. One boosted up. And JMO shouldn't use that Molotov quite yet.
Still thinking about it, though. Right side, retro. Ooh, okay. A lot of utility coming out from SpotUp, but honestly, Underrated are waiting. This could be the move for them to find the number 12. But SpotUp just what just happened?
That was a tactical breach and entry is what happened there. And then, of course, you have the Operation Shock and Awe coming out from Tucker. He just blows himself across, and all of a sudden, you know, crosshair placement doesn't mean a damn thing when you're just scrambling to try and chase this flashing yellow streak across your monitor.
I mean, that was...
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Wow. I thought that was Underrated bringing us to number 12. But they look fantastic. They being SpotUp, of course. And just making everything happen at once. I mentioned kind of briefly about how some teams can kind of look like ants marching one by one, you know, the lambs to the slaughter, and how you want to time breaching into the site with your squad. Yeah, that's the result of the latter. Great play there from SpotUp.
Wall off on the left side here is the Molly itself will force Ara back, so that's going to be another bomb plant down over at the B site. Now Shanks does get spotted out. The boost up. Figment will be able to get Kev.
Ooh, Figment can't find a second though. Retro is the one that finds 2. Teammate gonna join as well. So Underrated the ones getting the frags this time around. SpotUp, 1 player left. And we all know where they are. A dozen for Underrated, 1 point away from bringing us to game 3.
And Underrated, surprise, surprise, are able to find success over in mid and B site itself. Basically, what they were doing all defense long. And this is the difficulty. This is what happens when you've got that early map control, when you've kind of put that fear into your opponents. Spot Up, just not having that same kind of presence that Underrated have all game long, all map long here. Looks like Shanks is going to be ready to just charge it up mid once again.
Here for it. Shanks. Location has been revealed. Does he care? It's a different story. Nice job coming out from Figment, trying to use the shock darts. Will bring one player down to yellow. B also going to be pushed. In fact, B mid is the main push. Here comes one. Sees, looks away. Oh, no. And the spike's on the other side of the wall.
How does that happen?
Worst case scenario.
Oh, he just like somehow tossed the spike behind him there. And everything is going wrong for Underrated on this push at this moment. And so that's quite unfortunate.
45 to go. Waiting for the wall to pop here.
Here.
Underrated. Just the two players to rep them. Both of them trying to claw their way up mid. Retro's able to grab one. There's so many players here from Spot Up to defend, though. 4 versus 2. 12 seconds on the clock. And so somebody's got to make a move. It's Benny and it's Tucker. Spot Up with half of 12. They find another one.
It's still map point for Underrated, and Spot Up have a lot to storm to weather here. We'll see. They've done a decent job of battening down the hatches, but again, it's about finding that one entry. Underrated were able to do it 2-3 rounds in a row, and we'll see if they want to posture up once again for mid this time around. Looks like possibly they'll look for something a little bit more default, play over towards A, try to find an entry there as Kev is already tailwinded forward.
Yeah, the aggressive plays coming out for sure, but this time around, we're going to see a little bit more of a pick play. Two players pushed up.
Angle.
Yeah, these two players are pushed up, but they're kind of alone here. So I'm a little concerned for Underrated's play.
Retro trying to sell a fake with that wall off over at the B side as they've already rotated the bomb out, and so that's just going to be a free A site plant for them.
Looking for it, and down it goes. Yeah, you're not wrong, but here comes the Brimstone Ultimate. It will take down Shanks, but Shanks put down the bomb first, so
they've got the res to work with, and so they'll be able to bring him back up if they need to. And honestly, with the plants, they might just go for it here, but all the utility now being used by Spot Up as they come in for the retake, so they're not even going to have that opportunity. It's all up to JMO. Never mind, he goes down, and Spot Up will be able to secure this round, keeping it alive.
Great job so far. Number 7 for Spot Up. I mean, here, this is where you start running the percentage points. 7 to 12. All of a sudden, that's a game that I can get behind. Many teams have made it back. You know, it's uphill, but you can win 6 in a row.
Now, one thing though, even though they've got that, the looming threat of that B push that worked out for Underrated in this half on their offense is going to be continually there for Spot Up, and so that does that does change how you have to play this defense now. They're playing 2 over there with the Sage, with the Brimstone, and already some damage coming across. They're forcing out that heal already. Ange looks away, possibly at the wrong time here. Has to be careful. He's got one on his right.
Oh, but he's got a teammate here now. Tucker's going to get the easy pick right there as Ange fades JMO a little bit. Shanks is able to take care of it, but Tucker with the martyrdom kill. Hot damn. Nice play there. And Spot Up, 4 players still standing. Underrated 3 trying to make the move. It's going to be on A.
This is a difficult call. Do you bring back JMO or do you bring back the Phoenix with Shank? It is going to be Shanks, and so that means, of course, they're going to have the run it back instead of the orbital strike as Anj finds one onto Bunny here, and so now they've got the 3v3 coming in now. Figment will fall, but he did trade away.
I like the call here to take the Phoenix. They're looking more for the break of the site than the defense of the site, and Phoenix is the character to do that. Spike's going to go down, and Underrated 2 versus 2.
Will not kill my ally.
They do res back into this.
Okay. Orb from the top reveals the position of the Sage player. One goes down. Nice shock dart coming out from the Sova. One and can't find the second. SpotUp still alive.
That was close, but it's pretty important. One of the first plays that they did there on the retake, the slow orb along with the shock darts coming out at the same time. So basically securing a kill without having to go for a peek, absolutely safe for them, bringing it down to 1v3, which it looked like it was absolutely necessary there. Retro's been on a tear for Underrated. Now, we've talked a lot about both JMO and Shanks, but Retro has also been a huge contributing factor for Underrated success so far. So he's another third-pronged threat coming out from Underrated. Still, though, Underrated are having difficulty now here on the offense of finding that final killing blow, finding that final round that'll take us to a map number 3.
A minute and 30 on the clock. A-side being played here by SpotUp and by Underrated, albeit lightly. One trade out, and that's all we'll get. The rest of the players going to be centralized around mid and the B-bomb site. Already on it is Underrated. SpotUp has to rotate. They've got 3 on the A-side and 1 coming from C connector. Shank's going to look for the flank and will be taken out before he even gets there. Good play by Segoy. 4 players still up in blue, and there's the ultimate coming out from Aura, letting them know where everyone is. Download complete, both players mid. Nice Molotov to chase the Sage player out of safety, but gotta run away from that one. And this lined up again to be a SpotUp round.
Here comes a defuse, walled off as well, and they're just spamming this. It should just be the free defuse now for SpotUp. There we go. They're gonna be able to clean that one up.
Oh, no. Oh, SpotUp. They get the kills, or they get the round, but they all kind of die on out. Their economy, fine, I suppose. They have been winning a whole bunch, quite obviously. But simply put, nobody wants to die like that. Just throwing away the guns.
Yeah, they've got plenty to work with here. They should be fine as now SpotUp 4 rounds away from possibly just securing this here. Kev does have to back away. With that operator is going to check lower, but no one's actually pushing this here. There is an opportunity for them to go for that B play again, as right now SpotUp on the defense are playing a little bit more standard here on this hold. And so I think Underrated have maybe done a good job of continually making that A push to basically force out this defense again, the same kind of standard defense, which allowed them to get onto the B side initially.
Right now, Underrated are scrambling. No desire to grab the spike at all. Look at, like, playing default or playing for picks is one thing, but these players are on the side at this point, so really far deep in it. Each alt player on the teams grab 1 each, so it's a 4v4 right now. And one more time, B seems to be the idea, but Bunny's going to take down the spike carrier. And now SpotUp are in a real bad spot. Scratch that. They're going to plant. They're going to plant.
Now it's down to a 1v3. No showstopper for Tucker, and it's going to be Shanks finally to break it down. And it was, again, finding success over there on the B site. That's what they did most of their offense, and eventually just steering away from it. Spot Up had to split up their defense once again. You know, too many close calls over at that A site meant that they had to make the adjustment. There was no real good read of it, but take a look at that. We talked about Shanks and JMO, but towards the latter half there, it was Retro that held it down for the squad.
Now look at that right there. Just clean stuff coming out towards the end of it for sure. Just, you know, I'm looking at Red Team though, and how they almost kind of came back 9 at the end of it. And this map 3 is going to be very, very interesting for sure. We're going to be moving out to Ascent, which is kind of one of my favorite maps. So I'm excited for it. That one's going to be lurking. Finally, map 3 on the way. We'll be right back with Fight Night after this.
The operator in the next round here, which he is, of course, prone to do for the team.
This time around, Meal with the collat. Mid is going to be the play, and I think this is the answer, although Hoppin seems to be the one with all the answers.
If the team that wins the first 2 rounds are able to convert that 3rd round, then yeah, that is great for them. But fairly regularly, we do not see that happening. Incredible pushes through, picks up 3 before he finally goes down.
Big frames have 2 now. It's Brimstone has been rezzed, and Meal gets down nerfed. Sees where the second is, drop, and shot like, oh!
Looked him right in the face. The craziest part is that, like, you know, he no-scopes the person who's like, what, 30 meters away?
Submachine guns here for mix-up. Normally, I disagree with this, but I don't think they have the rounds to play with. Nice shots coming out, and I can't say it a 3rd time. You know what, I will. Nice shots coming out. Hoppin with the triple kill. A little bit different. Everybody in their family coming up this angle, though. Stellar's waiting. 3 so far. Players left to defend the retake by all 5 of mix-up. Recon Bolt destroyed, the information given, but the life taken away. Use Nano. Gets 1 kill for their team. Information gathered. Hoppin drops low and drops 2-3 players.
Gone off before he went across the corner there. Melio up high, finds 1.
And there's the second, finds the 3rd. We have had so many multi-kills. I don't know if I like to push with the 2 players in mid here looking for B. CP2 is going to do a good job of finding it.
Teleport.
Okay. Cute. CP2 has woken up. Gets the kill. Now, Omen has found the flank here with that ultimate. Oh, an errant shot. He does get the kill and 1.
I just have faith in their pistols.
That's me. It doesn't always work. Long's going to be the fight. Cool ABC grabs 1 and the double.
Yeah. But that's where, like, the counter mind games play come in. Now, of course, Cool ABC starts it off, takes out Elite Infinity. That's a huge start for the defense.
I like that play here coming out from Cool ABC. I think if you're going to play the Jet, that's one way to do it. Play it aggressively and say no way. 3 for Jet already. And Illinois trying to get in their way and doing a damn good job of it. 4 players standing. In the noisy charging. No, they lined up. And No Dick has 1 shot and 2 kills. Nice job, gets it after the fact. But we head up in heaven. Finds the headshot. Beautiful accuracy again. He does it with a disgusting crosshair.
Here we go, going in. Ooh,
oh,
ABC playing with his food right now.
And getting eaten himself.
1v1 though, 6 HP on Fly Cow Moose.
What? So Fly Cow Moose, like, Maybe we can just dice.
We watched them, I think, on the mini map. And so at this point now, oh, he just busted through.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
Toronto started all off. That operator paying off. No Dick was able to find one.
Oh, the one tap from Ancion, waiting for the other two. There's the secondary and the third. Incredible stuff coming out from the Jet player. Jets, nice. There's the fourth. You see that often at higher levels. And so players have to be a little bit more aware of the flank potential. And yeah, that player is really killing it now.
Oh. Cool ABC getting caught out there. Colbar. See, you got me doing it now. I'd actually get the ace here.
Koblar with Quattro. Trying to find number 5. 2 players here, along for the ride, guarding the spike. No reason to move. There it is! Ace of Koblar. Coin will be walking up mid. Crit gets the last hit on Fly Cow Moose. And Ancium again find themselves at the helm, pushing forward. The mobility of Jet comes in handy when looking for the entry frag kills. Leah takes out 1, Leah takes out 2, and the third. 4 and 5. Count the ace. All for the Sova player.
The operator in the next round here.
Ascent. That's the place we're going to see our map number 3. Fdot and Jamerson here as we get into it. And like I said, map 3 on the way. Not expected from the way I think game number 1 started out. But as soon as we saw game number 2, right out the gates, I mean, I had a feeling we were going to go the distance.
Yeah, both sides having excellent defensive starts on each map. And so at this point, you got to imagine that Spot Up come into Ascent. Underrated. Come into Ascent with the leg up here, but Ascent does play out a little bit differently. We talked about how big map control and mid control was there on Haven, and that was what really eked out that victory for Underrated. And so we'll see if it's going to be the same story here as we move on to the final map of this series.
Ascent is, honestly, I really find Ascent a lot of fun because I think that I'm going to oversimplify the maps a little bit. When we look at Split, it's entirely dependent on mid. If you can't control mid, you just simply can't win the game. And then when we look at some of the other maps, particularly the one we were just on, you can kind of ignore B and just go A or C. With respects to Haven, I find it's a nice in-between where like good mid control will obviously lead yourself to a nicer spot, but you kind of need kind of balance of both. And some of the other maps are a little bit more leveraged in one direction, I feel.
Yeah, the thing about Haven is just that there's so many more options, right? For how you want to play it out. You don't have to have mid control if you want to just make a decent execute on B. You're not, on A. You're not absolutely funneled into just making one approach, right? If you try to push in from B main on a map like Split, it's almost kind of just suicide where you just run in through one angle. It's a much different here, and it's a very similar case here, I think, on Ascent, and so. Really excited for this one. This one's really going to test our two teams.
For sure. Eager to see how these ones work out because, I mean, looking at maps number 1 and maps number 2, obviously we saw very, very different play styles there. Anything that kind of tips the teams' hands into how they're going to play map number 3?
It's a little bit different, right? That mid control, you're not able to have the same kind of presence because of the long distances at mid, right? Shaze can't do that same kind of play that he was doing on Haven where he could push window, he could push through mid, like no problem whatsoever. You really do have to worry. It's going to come down to that operator play and how the teams really shut down the operator plays if one gets out of hand.
Yeah, we talked about how mid is kind of optional. It is definitely one that will, or it's optional on some of the other maps. Here, it's definitely one that's going to look. It's going to give you a better opportunity. And so if you have those long-range options like the op specifically, I'm here for it. This is also a map where the Guardian change has been really impactful. Because if you could land that one-shot headshot with the Guardian from mid, all of a sudden that 2,500 price is a lot different than 2,700. So I just like this map. And I think it's a map that you can get real creative on. Whether you want to come up this half mid push or etc. There's a number of different ways to maneuver around. So Spot Up will have the ball this time around. They're on attack. And we'll see if they go A or B. Right now, just looking for picks.
A lot of omens coming out, one for either side here. And so that's an interesting adjustments coming out from both teams. Spot Up themselves have picked that one up. Now, just poking and prodding, a lot of default play coming out from either side here. Neither really want to give up this pistol round.
Shadows traveling.
Omen's selection this time around, which is an interesting choice. I'm sure we'll see why as the game goes later and later. And the headshot is good there. Omen v. Omen. Both teams have the edgelord. So, an interesting choice here. Smoke's very powerful on this map for sure.
Yeah, the angles that you can get also with his flanks, with his ultimate, it's pretty safe ones you can go after. And the way with the rework on it, how you're able to get the information, you're allowed to cancel, you don't have to fully commit onto it. Ooh, nice one by Figment. Takes that quick peek on over.
Still pushing onto the site here. A in mind and another trade. Spot Up 3 strong. Underrated with just 2 left. JMO one of them. And he's going to even things up. In fact, he's going to put it in his favor. Spike will be planted. But it's 2 players looking for the defense.
Oh, it's lower as Sugoi is caught out there. He's dropped down to 70 HP. But all it takes is one bullet. And Anj has that bullet. Takes him out. And Underrated won't be able to get this defense, winning the pistol round.
Nice job here. Underrated. Has this been the team that's been getting these pistol rounds?
They're 4 for 5 in this series in pistol rounds now.
Yeah, so that's they like these early moments for sure. I too like the early rounds. I like to see teams with good pistol control. I think it speaks about fundamentals. Round 2. Full save from everybody. So no advantage necessarily going to Underrated necessarily. Plays around mid. Bomb's way back in sight. D seems to be active as well, though.
Now, what I will say,
go ahead.
Underrated here. While we're in this anti-eco round for Underrated, Underrated playing the Sageless composition. We don't see that often. And I wonder if that's going to come into make any difference here. Sometimes that res can be absolutely crucial. We also know how strong Sage can be to slow things down. Sugoi with the double peek is able to take out Kev.
Shank's going to come around the corner. And I guess the question there is, what character do we have in place of the Sage? And Sova Cypher, it's largely the Phoenix, right? I mean, you've got double smoke. Sova Cypher.
Cage triggered.
So, will the Phoenix make a bigger impact than the Sage is the question you're asking yourself. Big push onto the B site. Anj and Retro Q. Retro Q trying to find 3. Can find it. Beautiful play from the Omen man. Can't find the trade, but the teammate can. Defenders take round 2.
Yeah, that was a great one-way setup for them with that Cypher trap. You saw Retro, actually, really utilizing that with that angle. But yeah, Retro was playing the Sage, I believe, last round, or was just playing it for Underrated. So I think that's the swap-off, picking up that Omen for this team. Now, going into the third round, We do have the operators in play. It's going to be a double operator, one for Retro, one for Kev, and they're the ones that were really popping off in the last round for it. In the last map, excuse me, for Underrated.
Smoke's going to cut off Kev's half mid spot. Again, bomb left at home. 1B, 1 mid, 3A for the attackers. Defenders spread out, but lopsided towards the A site as well. So if SpotUp go where they plan on going, they're going to be met with mad resistance. And so the bomb player now thinking about a rotation.
Yeah, a lot of presence over here by SpotUp over at mid. But with the rotation of the Cypher now coming on over to mid as well, it looks like they are going to make that push for it. The rotation's already coming out as well. The Cypher for Underrated spotted him out. Kev has to back away as he took some damage.
Recon bolts can be destroyed over there in little tree room. I love the little nature side portion of the game. Reminds me of like Uncharted, Tomb Raider. Pushing up mid. Left side's going to be the busted spot. B is the target. Retro tossing out all of his nonsense and now coming upstairs. Off a little bit unwieldy. Can't find the turnaround. Classic won't do it. And Tucker getting it done. Spike planted. 2v2. Let's see how SpotUp handle it.
Oh, the heal is there, but he's cut off. There we go. He's able to get the angle for themselves now. Let's go ahead and toss that out. Got the res as well, making this a 2v3 now. They're not able to take advantage of Sugoi coming up huge and clutch for his squad.
Wonderful plays there. Attackers are able to find this one, and so all of a sudden, SpotUp are going to give us the back and forth. I'm down.
I'm trying to think of the third round conversion for Underrated, and it's like a 20% success rate for them on the third round. They've only won one round once it came to rifles after taking both pistols and the anti-eco, and so again struggling in that front. But here though, they are still on the defense. SpotUp. We'll see if they can come back from this one, try and tie it up 2-2 now. Again, though, that was a great play coming up from SpotUp. They got shut down over at the A site. They made a quick rotation over onto B. And again, it came up to Sugoi getting the necessary frags, able to get the res in time and bring his team right back into this one. He's 6-2 currently.
Sugoi was the one that SpotUp looked to, whether they looked to him, whether they looked to them, or Sugoi was just getting it done, is the conversation to be had for sure. But this Sage player was absolutely fragging beforehand, so no surprise to see them at the top of the charts again. SpotUp going to A side again. Still do have two players scattered around the map looking for those mid picks for Omen, and well, Cypher's just being Cypher, I guess.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a pause right now. We'll get right back into this. That just leaves us more room to talk about this right now. Someone's mouse died.
Okay. All right. I gotta be a boomer here real quick. How are you gaming with a wireless mouse, dude? I don't know, man.
Well, wireless mice have gotten better. They've gotten better, so much better. Like, I think it was Linus video that I saw where they did the testing on the wireless mice, and the input delay is almost negligible now between wireless mouse and wired mouse.
What did you say?
If you have the right ones.
Right before the word negligible, what'd you say?
I'm not sure. I said a lot of words there.
You said almost.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
I think what they figured was at sometimes the wireless mouse actually performed better, and other times it didn't. But it came down to like a 0.05 or like 1 millisecond difference, or maybe even less.
One day you're gonna be, you're gonna be lining up at mid, and the guy with the plugged-in mouse is gonna win. And you're.
I already have a terrible reaction time. My reaction tests are in my reaction tests are in the high 200s, low 300 milliseconds. So I can't even blame it on the mouse at that point.
Mine's actually, it's funny. I always thought mine was kind of bad, but last year, Complexity has this really awesome whole practice facility. I got a chance to run around there and prove how bad I was at everything. It was pretty fun, but reaction time faster than I expected. So every time I lose, it's the mouse's fault. Guaranteed. The drone coming out here to A. Spot up largely here. Just gonna walk up. One player stuck in wine. Shanks gonna toss the bottle. And Tucker gonna put a cork in it. Nice job there. 1-for-1 trade. Omen's dead though. So it's a 4-on-3. Spot up with bomb and the advantage. JMO stuck in dark with 5 HP and a dream. And the rest of Spot up on the way to B. Full rotation, underrated, out of gas. And this spike should go down pretty much uncontested. Spot up trying to tie it at 2.
Yeah, so they got it just in time, I think, with like a second to spare. Yeah, 1.1 second left to spare. Now it's about setting up this crossfire for this, for the post-plant positions. It's going to be a 3v4. Camera's out. Let's clear out at least boathouse and a few angles. I wish he would look down just in case. There we go. First one, it's Figment. Takes him out. And I don't think there's really much of an opportunity left. But JMO with 5 HP, does he really need to hold on to the Sheriff? Not really. Try to get some extra frags. Try to apply some pressure. At least keep them penned in here, because if they're all stuck here, they could just die to the bomb.
Kev right here. I wonder what the decision was. So for those of you that have been following the program for a long time, first and foremost, thank you. Secondly, you know that I have spoken about shock darts negatively in the past. I'm here to say that I love them now. Shock darts really get the job done. And when I see that B site and a Sova with no shock darts, it just makes me sad. You can own the retake of B with a couple of shock darts into the pit.
All right, here we go. It's going to be the rifle rounds as we got the on the hunt really quick coming out from Kev. Nothing with it quite yet. The Hunter's Fury not hitting anything.
At all. How good is Sova ult? Medium, bad, best.
Best if you hit.
Okay.
Bad if you miss. Shanks won't, though, with that operator. It's about that mid control. So now, Underrated, they finally got their foot in the round.
What's the plan here for Spot Up? Rotating back towards B, or excuse me, back towards mid. One player heading towards A. So it looks like A is going to be the push here. One player coming through main, and the other two coming from around the side. Sova's going to drone up through Cat. Check out Doggy. And it's all good. One trade. JMO looked good, but couldn't finish it on out. Op player Sugoi. Oh, the knife misses. Joke's over. They were on the same team. Sorry about that. Here comes the sub. One. And turns his back, still gets in. 23 HP here from up top. Falls down, gonna be safe. Spike planted. The out player up. Traded the heal for the kill.
Yeah, the timing on that. Didn't get the wall bang either. There we go. Hold the angle. It doesn't matter. Sugoi is too quick on the trigger finger with that one. Knows the last man is up top. Now Spot Up looking to take this third round, drop down here, but it's Sugoi from behind with that ghost that'll finish him off.
I really want to point this out because this happens all the time in my low level matchmaking games. Play for time. That's what Spot Up did there. Sugoi could have looked out and peeked and tried to get that shot and maybe would have gotten it, maybe not would have gotten it. But the fact that Sugoi came out and just stayed hidden, and the teammate stayed hidden underneath dark. That's the idea of playing for time. You don't, the person on the retake has to quite literally retake what's going on here. So if that's not the case, then easy peasy.
So now, Spot Up, how do they approach this? They're having a little bit more difficulty, a little bit more pushback from Underrated. And, you know, they were able to take, of course, 2 of the rounds were a rotation off the B from mid, but that last round onto the A was finally successful one. Ooh, traded away, but Sugoi will be able to get that res, bring him right back into this. Again, you don't want to give up these anti-ego rounds.
Not at all. These are the ones that are supposed to be the gimmies. And Spot Up saying me first. We're going to walk right onto the site here. Explosions on the left side. And it's a 2 for 1. Making it 2 for 2. Bunnies are looking cute as they find another one. But the lonely Cypher player up top. Getting shot from through the ground. Getting shot from up top. Getting shot by an op. This is time for you to save there, bucko. And Cypher's got the same mentality, will walk away. What do they even have? Because they're not going to win it. So saving is the right call. If it's just a sheriff, then yeah. Maybe they're looking to scavenge, but 3 HP and a sheriff probably isn't going to win the 1v4. But
at least changing up this angle, I think he's just looking for the exit. There it is.
Okay. Run. Hit the tables. Oh, bad luck. He did not bunny hop on the tables. That's bad. That's bad luck. You got to hit the tables.
You definitely need to avoid the cracks or you break your mother's back. That was a thing.
That was a thing when my grandmother was in high school.
That's still a thing. What are you talking about? I hear kids say that all the time.
No, you don't. Oh, man. I thought I out-boomered the show. So weekly, we just out-boomer each other. I think that's how this goes.
No, last time I heard it, well, okay, maybe it was like 5 years ago when I was working as a chess instructor. The kids were still saying it.
Are you good at chess?
Good's a relative term.
That's fair. Are you in the know? Because that's cool. Actually.
I'm proficient in chess.
That's sick.
I don't remember any of my openings anymore. I don't remember any of those lines. But he does though, pushing up. What? How is he allowed to get away with that? Gets one more and Spot Up. Just walk in for free.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what happens. They moved over. They what is that, en passant, right? Just push forward. No, like no reckless abandon, just straight up. And Underrated, 2 players strong, have to look for the retake. Is this another one that you just say screw it?
No. Your defense needs to find some kind of footing, and you know, this is one of those maps that like if you've got a gun, you can make a difference. You know, again, as defenders, you can hold angles, right? It doesn't really. Oh my gosh, Ange, what happened?
Wasn't there. That was we've all done that, and theoretically during competition you don't, but it is holding the angle, and like it's the one time you look at the mini map or the scoreboard, and that's when homie peeks out and you just die. You know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. 7 in the pocket. The attackers with 5. Already looking good for Spot Up. This 5 is one of the things that I really want access to.
Oh boy.
Are round averages. That's what I would love. I would love to see the average, you know, of teams. What's the average amount of rounds on Ascent to grab on the attacker side?
Yeah,
5 seems appropriate, but still feels real good after 7.
This is definitely a great start for Spot Up on the attack. Now is Bunny gets that first frag onto Kev. Oh boy, Underrated, you know, here on Ascent, just haven't been able to find anything at all whatsoever. Spot up with the tempo plays too as well. You know, they got, I think it was a Sova arrow into the A site. They spot out 3 and instantly just back away and go straight for that B once again. And so the lack of control over at mid doesn't allows Spot Up to do it for free. Nothing's slowing them down. They're just getting onto the site before Underrated can even respond.
Straight up, it is the efficiency of the call and the unquestionability of the call. Whenever you watch competitive players play anything that requires strategy, whether it's tac shooters, MOBAs, I mean, hell, even chess, the ability to commit and not question. I say all the time, it's a little corny, but hesitation leads to devastation. You got to make those plays just like that. Spot Up, change things up and find themselves not as comfortable as they once were. 4 players for Underrated versus the 1 Raze of Spot Up, and this is probably going to be Underrated's 3rd win of the game.
Yeah, and take a look at the difference. If you just look at the minimap itself, just how they control the map. We had 1 pushed up through mid. We had control over at B main. It's map control at this point. Underrated doing a much better job of making sure that they cut the map down in the middle. They don't allow Spot Up free roaming, free rotations for these pushes. It still might be a little bit too late. A Spot Up, they've already secured 6 rounds, and we still have 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, I mean, this could definitely... this could wind up being a 9-3 half for sure. Spot Up and Underrated here, both looking pretty good. Reagan TV says in the chat, don't you think Spot Up should get picked up? And I mean, I guess we'll see. Their competition next round, should they make it, it's going to be Way2French, a team that's ranked. A team certainly looking for a pickup. So we'll see how they stand. Right now, Underrated standing up and trying to stop me in my tracks here. Saying, how dare you, son? When the game's not over, nobody's singing. Why are we not all close? Here's the team chat. 1 player stuck in wine. And that's it. Spot Up is stuck there.
Yeah, spike right down in the middle of no man's land. And so they're just going to hold this angle either side. If they need to play for that trade, Retro is here for the swing to help out against with Shanks. But much needed round. And again, it's off the back of just early aggression, map control. And Underrated have finally figured out, it seems like, here on Ascent.
It's actually really funny. I don't think Underrated knows that Sage is right here. They have no idea. So Sage, with 1 player to the back, they might actually be able to pick off. Oh, gets 1. Here's the second.
No.
Finds it with the pistol. Gonna wall off the... Oh. I was set up there for the comeback of a lifetime. If the wall is successful against that door, Spike at least gets planted, if not full rotation.
There's definitely a chance. I mean, Segoy's been playing standout for Spot Up this entire series. You know, him getting the 1v2 at the end there would have. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, yeah. I think those 2 players were the biggest hump there. Like, there's 2 players staring at you down scope, and you still get out of there.
Nice.
Do you have to take the 15 damage drop? There's the Phoenix Soul just immediately traded out. Mid's going to be traded out as well. 2 deaths, 2 op shots. Team falls back.
Finally, counterplay coming out from Spot Up here to really answer what Underrated's been doing with their aggressive operator play so far. They weren't able to punish Retro, though, but only punished the 1. Helps it end. Ooh, Sugoi. I got out there and started off because Retro saw the barrel of gun on 1 player.
It's wild, you know. Try to figure out if you're actually hidden or not. You should do that in practice. Oh, well.
Got this one-way set up over at the B site, and so it looks like Retro is ready, if need be, to just go ahead and rotate over for his team. The Cypher should be able to hold down by himself with that one-way. really shut down anything. As we're on board of Shanks over here at Tree Room, 3 people on the other side. He hears them. He backs away. He's going to hold this angle now. Flash ready, but no. He pulls up the gun instead. Spray down onto 2.
Big plays right there. Not enough to get them all, but certainly a nice look. Bunny hops onto the site and pops off to the right. Good job. 5-6. And Underrated once in a rut. Are 1 away from tying it before the swap.
It's a really good comeback. I mean, as we can see right there on the scoreboard, that was 6 in a row that SpotUp were able to take, but Underrated finally figuring out what they wanted to do on their defense. Luckily for them, it wasn't too little too late. If it can tie this up with a really disastrous start that they had here on the defensive side, that would be great for them. Especially now, once again, it's kind of like the story of what happened on Haven, right? That mid control, Underrated. Once they had it, SpotUp had almost no answer for it.
Spike drop.
This time around, I mean, Underrated.
No more.
Still falling down here. SpotUp are spread out now. It's almost as if they have been shaken a little bit and are not interested in doing what has gotten them so many successful rounds prior. Segoy mid, inches out. Both players leave. Meanwhile, half mid, one goes down on the side of SpotUp. So it's a 4-on-4.
That was massive because that was, of course, the Sage that had the res here, and it looks like it is going to be the entry onto the point, but now they're down to 2. It's just the Cypher and the Omen. Underrated looking to hold this down and tie it up 6-6.
Looking real good at the moment, man. Looking real good. There's changes through the smoke. Great stuff coming out so far. Is it enough, though?
He actually hits him with the blind, too.
Oh!
What timing.
Didn't expect that. I straight up didn't expect the blind to come through.
Retro was holding it the whole time. That was beautiful. Sliding it up against that choke and got that. And so now as we swap it up, it's tied up 6-6. And how fitting, especially now. Of course, this is map number 3. We're tied 1-1 in maps as well.
Oh, yeah. Now it's just a simple best of 7, right? Let's go. Actually, that's not true at all. First to 7. Let's go, baby. Turning things around here. Underrated. Going to be looking for the aggressive pushes here. Attacker side. Switching it on up.
My eyes balance.
Mid will be held by Ange. Cypher player sneaking on out of there. The rest of the players going up towards B. A little bit of noise made by Ange towards A. Drags the lonely B defender a little bit towards connector, but not all the way. There's going to be a firewall. Love to see that. And left side is open. Smokes abound. And everyone from SpotUp making the rotation now. 2 are going to be on the other side. 1 goes down. Good shots from Shanks. Now on the site is Underrated. Looking for the plant. While SpotUp has 1 left in the smoke. Down they go. Flawless victory for Underrated. They claw back last half, and they make their mark first in this half.
5-6 now on the pistol rounds for Underrated. It's just how it goes. And so, it should be an 8th round for them here on the attacking side. And again, it's about breaking that 3rd round curse, right? 3rd round and a half, making sure that they're able to convert on that. It's been a difficult task, and it's a difficult task for a lot of teams. Segoy, though, will go ahead and invest a little bit into this as he does pick up that shorty, and he can play it if he wants to. So got that shock dart. No, the recon bolt actually coming out.
And that was a big one. That got a lot of info, it looked like. Recon bolt destroyed, but after 1 flash, able to grab a couple of different silhouettes. So a lot of information given out there. Underrated, on the other hand. Figment hit away from the drone. You'll have to see it. More players have been realizing that hiding from the drone is usually a better play than shooting it down. Spike still at home. Underrated just now going to be picking it up, coming up towards A. It's going to take them a long time. But that's fine, because SpotUp are leaving?
It's still full A-site control. There's nothing they can do right now, so it's still going to be a free plant. The rotations are a little slow here. Kev gets that first kill onto Figment. The Omen versus Omen battle. Retro ends up winning that over by CT Spawn, and Shanks is able to take out Tucker here. So Underrated. Looks like they'll be able to get this 8th round under the belts.
Nice shot. The right click, I think that was the right click from the classic. So satisfying.
Oh! I wonder if he had to scope for that one or if that was a no scope from Retro.
I think it was a no scope. I mean, a no scope with a scout, that's your favorite move, right?
Yep.
That's the Jamerson playbook right there.
I've practiced for 15 years this specific moment, you know? If I'm ever in a tournament and I get the no scope with the Marshall, I put in the hours. I earned that one.
I believe it. This room right here, ever since I was a little kid, there's something about like having a giant tree inside a house or like a building that's really cool to me. So I really like tree room. Like Fern Gully.
Careful now.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Shanks. Has to be careful. Double peek, but Kev is there to help him out. Oh, wow. Kev is there to just wreck house and hold it down for him. Shanks now pushing forward with the blind onto Bunny, but Bunny is able to turn around for that one. Doesn't matter. Looks like Underrated now. The man advantage here. They're on to the A side as they bring the bomb on over.
Big shots there. Bunny looking cute. Also, Paranoia on display. That was one of the better Paranoias we've seen. I think it's Paranoia is not as cut and dry. Both how to use it and how to execute off of it, but that completely shuts down that entire entrance on the right side door. So, big fan of how that was able to happen. 2 players trying to retake versus 3. One coming out from the right-hand side, the other coming from left. Segoy with the snap, though. Hot damn, Segoy. Retro and Jamo will finish off the round. But Segoy with that snapshot was impressive.
Yeah, they're 2 for 5 now, Underrated on the 3rd round conversion. So they break that curse just a little bit. And that's actually going to be huge. SpotUp now in a difficult position here, as don't know exactly what they're going to be able to buy. We've been having some issues with the UI, and so we haven't been able to really look at the scoreboard. Apologies to our viewers at home. But yeah, SpotUp now. They've been having difficulties in these rifle rounds, and particularly in the latter part of this match so far.
It's been trying is the word I want to use there. The rifle round, though, I love watching people run away from the bot. However, I would also like to see teams push with the bot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's switching to a knife and turning tail and running away from it. So send 2 people with real guns instead of recon darts, you know?
Oh, yeah. They're going to try and hold, though, at this point. Look, Bunny, he's got the classic in hand. Smoke dissipates.
I like the pizza. Full rotation towards B.
2 like pizza.
He had the pizza charm. I'm not like that hungry.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at charms at all. I was like, yeah.
I really like pizza out of nowhere. No, I had the pizza charm.
That one way.
Cute. Rough stuff there. 20 seconds. Push needs to happen now. Ara downstairs gets taken down by Retro. Hops on. Close range with the sub. Retro grabs a second. Sees one through the smoke. Grabs the third. 4th is going to be around the corner. Senses it. Fires. Can't find it. Tucker returns with the ghost.
Big hit falling back. Yeah. Oh boy.
I told you, man. I have once not been a believer, but then, I mean, I have seen the face of the shot darts, and it is kills through smokes, kills in corners, kills from around corners. Double shock dart every round, baby. There it is. See? You got to jump on the tables. There we go. Shanks knows what's up. You know, it's refreshing to see a Phoenix play well. Phoenix is not my favorite agent, and I think Phoenix's ability to play is usually limited. And frankly speaking, the kids that pick Phoenix are usually just bad, straight up. I think because
just at me, okay?
I just think they're like posers. I don't know, they're bad. But this time around, I mean, real good usage of the flame wall. Run it back has been kind of a 50-50 shot, but of like the mollies, the flashes have even been more impressive this time around than most of the Phoenixes that I get a chance to watch. So this has been impressive, honestly. Just jokes aside. Effective Phoenix play this time around.
Shanks has come into his own for sure. He had a very troubling map number 1, but has woken up since then. As it looks like it is going to be the execute onto the A site now. They actually opened up with the Brimstone ultimate, but they're going to be able to find 2. Figment up on a heaven, drops down, actually gets Shanks down, and now it's all up to Retro here in the 1v3.
Retro's going to pick up 1, so it's a 1v2. Knows the players up high. Looks to the right, won't find it. 2 players up high. Paranoia is going to be good for the moment. Shuts off the sound, by the way. Comes around the corner and gets bopped. And it's round number 11 for Underrated.
You will not kill my ally.
That was, so the mentality there again. Paranoia, Omen also. Everything I said about the Phoenix player kind of works here for the Omen player here. Although you see more high-end, like when you're watching pro tournaments, more Omen play than Phoenix play, in my experience. But the Paranoia, don't forget, Paranoia shrouds sound as well, not just visual. So the Paranoia up top to the plant,
yeah,
I think he was playing off the fact that they can't hear him plant, but I think they actually did.
Well, only 1 got hit by it. I believe it was just Sugoi.
That's why.
So they sent the second player in, and that's why Sugoi was just holding up top the entire time. Because, well, he's blind. He can't hear. So great heads up play by Spot Up now. Looks like they're poking and prodding. They're going to be making a push onto the site here. Did they actually spot him at the tail end of that drone?
I did. We'll see if they did. Because that was a nice try. Honestly, if they crouched, would have been good.
Yeah, he still has the one way to play off of, though, and he's got the camera here to help him out. Looks like he won't be playing off the one way. Figment can if they want to. Oh, I don't think he has it set up, actually.
Nope. Waiting for the moment. Cypher's still over there at A, keeping 2 players from Spot Up there. So it's a 4-on-3 B push. Everybody coming in from alleyway. And Retro starts it off with a kill onto the side of Underrated. Figment goes down. Shanks goes down. 1 down. Oh, a whole bunch actually as Jamo and Kev get involved.
The difficulty here is that they're now working at a huge HP disadvantage, though. As you can see, the Brim down to 1 HP. Sugoi still watching the flank, though, as they've got time to work with.
Satchel out.
Tucker. No chance. Uphill battle. Didn't think it was coming, but a convenient round here for Underrated. 7-11 with the lead in their favor. And 2 away from taking it all. Way2French looms in the distance.
Excuse me, 1 second.
Bunny is going to handle mid over here. And again, Underrated find themselves splitting up. 3 players on the left, and then the 2 on the right-hand side being A. respectively.
Yeah, it's the dueling potential really that's coming out from Underrated. When they're watching their lurk, when they're watching their flanks, Spot Up haven't been able to do much at all. On the opposite end, when Underrated were on their defense, they got a lot of pushes up through A and pushing through A main into defender spawn, or excuse me, into attacker spawn. And at that point, it's left them very wary to try and maybe poke and prod, play for that information. Instead, as they do back away now, they've got 3 over to push in through A main. And they've again, Spot Up have completely given up all control over mid, and so this rotation for Underrated, if they want to go for a 5-man push onto the A site, they definitely can. They can push into tree with almost no opposition whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, this is as clear as it can come. Smoke's down all at the same time. JMO's gonna pop down some of his stim beacons as well. I still make fun of stim beacons. That said, 4v4 A site, that's where the bomb is. And Spot Up are unaware. R gets a kill here at B and realizes everyone's on the other side of the map, has to make the quick rotation. Spike already on the site and planted. And so Underrated have 2 players left to play D after Figment finds one with the Pop-Tart. 4 players alive. Make that 3 as JMO gets involved as well.
Oh, the molly landing right on top of Segoy here. So now it's down to a 2v2.
One out by Wine, and the other on the site. Aaron knows. And here's the battle. One on site wins, and the one in Wine wins. Each player gets their mark, and it's 1 away from Underrated.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful angle there. But that play, I like the idea behind it as well. I mean, we saw, of course, the one-way being utilized by Spot Up over at B main, and they sell this fake where they commit both JMO on the Brimstone. He throws down that the why am I forgetting the ability name? You were talking about it.
What does it look like?
It makes you shoot faster and go blup and go burr.
Oh, stim beacon goes.
There we go. Yeah. So he drops down that stim beacon, knowing full well that they're going to be able to see it through the one way, and then they go ahead and port retro into the backside of B. Mm-hmm. And so they sell the fake. They hope to get the lurk. It was unfortunate that Ara was actually still holding that angle over at the B site, and retro goes down. But the idea behind that play, I absolutely loved it. I think it was a beautiful one. I just wish, it was executed the way that they wanted it to be working.
Man, that is a caster coach comment for sure. The amount of times I've sat here and been like, the play was good. Oh, what a great play. And then somebody taps me on the shoulder and goes, dude, they lost. You're like, no, but the idea was beautiful. Yeah. I'm here for it. That's the stuff. It's an in-depth tactical shooter.
There's still beauty in defeat.
Exactly. Well, because it's the idea, the play drawn up. As these games mature, I mean, you go talk to like Zonic, for example, the famous Counter-Strike coach. He has a playbook, like the Pittsburgh Steelers have a playbook. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I love to see that sort of maturation of the sport come out. And Valorant tournaments, we've been running Fight Night for a couple of months now here. The game's just been out, like barely. And Underrated just gonna come out here and take care of some business. Retro takes down the imposter, and Shank's gonna do the same. Tucker, though, gets the martyrdom kill, so it's a 4v3 offense with the advantage.
Yeah, what happened to that showstopper? I thought that was clearly going to get a win there, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't hit at all. Maybe he just sent it right into the broadside of a wall.
That's what happened. Yeah, it was just a little to the right. Because we saw all those silhouettes of the showstopper come out. I expected a quad, but no overkill this time. And it was a little bit to the right, so it hit the wall instead of the players. Segoy is going to go down. 2 players defending. Spot Up only has 1 left. Underrated. That's it. They've got the win. They're going on to take down, or at least try to take down, Way Way2French. ESPN has recently rated this team as number 9. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Underrated. But with the way they played this, they certainly seem to be ready for it. Blackjack 21 for Retro, 21, 13, and 6. JMO also heavily involved here, Jamerson, at 19, 10, and 0.
Yeah, JMO and Retro now pretty much consistent across all 30 maps, particularly JMO himself. It took a little bit for Retro to get activated, but it looks like he hasn't been slowed down. Shanks, though, having a little bit of an issue here, but, it's okay. I think he did his job really. Being, of course, a lot of the times first one out on site, and that's kind of what happens. You just die a lot, or you win the duel, or at least you provide. It's similar to, if we go back to chess, White just having the better statistics, right? So playing the opening as a Phoenix, there you're either playing for the win or you're playing for the draw, and either way, it works out better, giving the advantage over to White. So it's kind of that kind of same kind of concept.
I got to agree. Shanks absolutely did the job. A lot of times I talk about it's how you slash, not just your slash line, and that's exactly what we see there out of Phoenix. So great stuff. As I said, Way2French is the team looming in the distance. They won last week, and they're going to try and do the same thing again. We'll see if they've got what it takes to take down Underrated, their incoming competition, right after this.
The operator in the next round here, which he is, of course, prone to do for the team.
Ooh. This time around, Meal with the collat, flat. Mid is going to be the play, and I think this is the answer, although Hoppin seems to be the one with all the answers.
If the team that wins the first 2 rounds are able to convert that 3rd round, then yeah, that is great for them, but fairly regularly we do not see the happening. Incredible pushes through, picks up 3 before he finally goes down.
Big frames have 2 now. It's from Stone has been rezzed, and Meal gets down nerfed. Sees where the second is, drop, and shot like, oh!
Looked him right in the face. The craziest part is that, he no-scopes the person who's 30 meters away.
Submachine guns here for mix-up. Normally, I disagree with this, but I don't think they have the rounds to play with. Nice shots coming out, and I can't say it a 3rd time. You know what, I will. Nice shots coming out. Hopping with the triple kill. A little bit different. Everybody in their family coming up with this angle, though. Stellar's waiting. 3 so far. Players left to defend the retake by all 5 of mix-up. Recon Bolt destroyed, the information given, but the life taken away. Use Nano. Gets 1 kill for their team. Information gathered. Hoppin drops low and drops 2-3 players.
Gone off before he went across the corner there. Melio up high, finds 1.
And there's the second, finds the 3rd. We have had so many multi-kills. I don't know if I like to push with the 2 players in mid here looking for B. CP2 is going to do a good job of finding it.
Teleport.
Okay. Cute. CP2 has woken up. Gets the kill. Now, Omen has found the flank here with that ultimate. Oh, an errant shot. He does get the kill and 1.
I just have faith in their pistols.
That's me. It doesn't always work. Long's going to be the fight. Cool ABC grabs 1 and the double.
Yeah. But that's where the counter mind games play come in. Now, of course, Cool ABC starts it off, takes out Elite Infinity. That's a huge start for the defense.
I like that play here coming out from Cool ABC. I think if you're going to play the Jet, that's one way to do it. Play it aggressively and say no way. 3 for Jet already. And Illinois trying to get in their way and doing a damn good job of it. 4 players standing in the noisy journey. No, they lined up, and No Dick has 1 shot and 2 kills. Nice job, gets it after the fact. So we head up in heaven, finds the headshot. Beautiful accuracy again. He does it with a disgusting crosshair.
Here we go, going in. Ooh, ABC playing with his food right now.
And getting eaten himself.
1v1 though, 6 HP on Fly Cow Moose.
What? So Fly Cow Moose, maybe we can dice.
We watched them, I think, on the mini map. And so at this point now, he just busted through.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
Toronto started it all off. That operator paying off. No Dick was able to find one.
Oh, the 1 tap from Ancion, waiting for the other 2. There's the secondary and the 3rd. Incredible stuff coming out from the Jet player. Jets, nice. There's the 4th. You see that often at higher levels. And so players have to be a little bit more aware of the flank potential. And yeah, that player's really killing it now.
Oh. Cool ABC getting caught out there. Colbar. See, you got me doing it now. I'd actually get the ace here.
Koblar with Quattro. Trying to find number 5. 2 players here, along for the ride, guarding the spike. No reason to move. There it is! Ace of Koblar. Boyne will be walking up mid. Crack gets the last hit on Fly Cow Moose. And Ancium again find themselves at the helm, pushing forward. The mobility of Jet comes in handy when looking for the entry frag kills. Leah takes out 1, Leah takes out 2, and the 3rd. 4 and 5. Count the ace. All for the Sova player.
The operator in the next round here, which he is, of course, prone to do for the team.
This time around, Meal with the collat. Mid is going to be the play, and I think this is the answer, although Hoppin seems to be the one with all the answers.
If the team that wins the first 2 rounds are able to convert that 3rd round, then yeah, that is great for them. But fairly regularly, we do not see that happening. Incredible pushes through, picks up 3 before he finally goes down.
Big frames have 2 now. It's Brimstone has been rezzed, and Meal gets down nerfed. Sees where the 2nd is, drop, and shot like, oh!
Looked him right in the face. The craziest part is that, he no-scopes the person who's 30 meters away.
Submachine guns here for mix-up. Normally, I disagree with this, but I don't think they have the rounds to play with. Nice shots coming out, and I can't say it a 3rd time. You know what, I will. Nice shots coming out. Hoppin with the triple kill. A little bit different. Everybody in their family coming up this angle, though. Stellar's waiting. 3 so far. Players left to defend the retake by all 5 of mix-up. Recon Bolt destroyed, the information given, but the life taken away. Use Nano. Gets 1 kill for their team. Welcome back to Fight Night Arena, presented by your boy. It's Fdot and it's Jamerson here. Shout out to Giant Slayer and everybody behind the scenes. We've got finals for you. Underrated comes through, brings it to 3 games, Jamerson, and waiting in the wings is none other than Way2French.
Yeah, and at this point, last week we said that Way2French, their opponents might have a chance, but Way2French just shut it down. And it's hard for me to want to say that Underrated, are coming into this one with a unequal footing with Way2French, right? I think we underestimated Way2French last week as well. With the way that we had this 3-game set, Underrated just beforehand, it's tough to see what they could bring to the table that Way2French just wouldn't be able to swat down.
Yeah, it was entertaining to kind of watch Way2French do their thing. Now I expect them to honestly, I expect them to swat down Underrated here. They looked really strong last week. We definitely underestimated them. And then the week before that, they were able to do it as well. But we mentioned it a couple of times. They found their way onto the ESPN rankings. ESPN went ahead and ranked top 10 teams, and 8 of them had sponsors. The number 9 was Way2French. This is the only unsponsored team on that high on the ratings. So, I mean, that's the table set up. Underrated definitely have a hard road ahead of them. JMO was one of the top contenders the last time around. Do you think he can repeat his performance here in the next best of 3?
Yeah, it's about, of course, the entire squad. They needed like a 3-fold carry on the side of Underrated, right? Each map had great performances out of at least around 3 of them, and that's what really they required just to maintain the same kind of map presence. But we've seen Way2French on their defense. It's almost like the phalanx that came out from the Romans, right? It was almost unbreakable. Charlotte had such big trouble dealing with the defense. It was like their offensive pushes were getting shut down every single time. And at this point, I want to see, I think it's going to be very important who starts off here on the defense.
Yeah, we're going to get maps in just a moment. In fact, we have them here. Underrated has chosen to go to Haven first, and that means Way2French will be on defense. Later on, we'll see Bind and Ascent, but the first map will be Haven, and W2F will be on defense, as I said. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, Underrated starting off here will have at least 2 defensive picks going into Bind and Ascent. So that already kind of gives them a little bit of a benefit. But we've also seen that Way2French's offenses also are very strong. And so we'll see. I think this first map here on Haven is really going to set the pace here. We've seen how hard players like Meal and Milio, once they get onto the operators, can just hold it down both on offense and on defense. And so Haven is going to be a real big statement map for either team.
Yeah, a lot of movement to a lot of room to move around, and Haven, I think, is one of I don't put this ball out there, either slam it down or agree with it. Haven is the map that you can be most creative on.
Yes, I completely agree, both on the defense and on the offense, how you want to approach this. It's really about which team is able to take map pressure or gain map control and pressure either side. Of course, again, the defense, they have a lot of agency here. They have a lot of ways they can play in different points to try and pressure the offense to gain information. We see aggressive, C long pushes. We see pushes out from B from double doors, along with short A and long A. So there are lots of ways that the defense can try to gain map control on this map.
We'll certainly see at least a couple. At least a couple. Why is this building burning so high up? There's no burning buildings low on the map. But up high, we have this burning building. That's interesting from the map designer to have that element there,
That's like above heaven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because because brimstones are always ulting it.
Honestly, that's kind of funny. Yeah. I can see that.
But again, I think at this point, there's still a big chance for Underrated, right? It looks like they were finally getting to the swing of things, but these are 3 maps that we just saw. We just saw these same 3 maps, just played in a different order. Blind was the first map that we played on, and Haven, Haven along with Ascent were the maps that Underrated were able to win. Way2French have been waiting in the wings this entire time. They've been able to take a gander at what Underrated have been playing in a game where information is kind of king. This is super important that they've got some scouting information at the very least on how Underrated like to play these.
Should be exactly. That's one of the questions I love to ask is, would you rather be warmed up playing the first best of 3, or would you rather be able to like sit back and download the information? I think for the majority of pro-am teams that come in here, I'd rather have the best of 3. But once I'm a little bit more established, I think learning how to warm up and be hot no matter what, like come into a tournament hot, is part of being a top team. And we've looked towards Way2French to be a top team. So I think that is something that they are developing, if not have already developed. So when it comes to that sort of approach, I trust Way2French to be warmed up. And they're going to be able to take what they learned about Underrated in maps 1, 2, and 3, because we got a 3rd map from them. So advantage here seems to be on the side of Way2French. Sorry about the long pregame. We're getting ourselves into our map number 1, first of all. It's going to be Haven, like we said. Players AFK. Just blame the players, dude.
It happens. It happens. And hopefully we can get, this match underway as soon as possible. But, I don't think we really need to worry about Way2French's whether they're coming in this hot or cold. I mean, we had the same question last week up against Charlotte, and they did not skip a beat whatsoever. If it looked like they were cold, or if they seemed like they were cold, it didn't look like it at all. It's simple, right? Honestly, I think they've got their team communication down. The only thing they need to work on, of course, is their aim. And so what do? You just hop into the firing range and you just shoot at bots for 2 hours while you're waiting for the next match. So I don't worry at all whatsoever for Way2French.
Should be a fun one, and we'll get into it in just a matter of moments. Players trying to source the players. Haven will be our first map, and I mentioned the other 2 maps as well. We'll be going to Bind and then Ascent if we need it. Haven going in one direction, Bind. Underrated will be on defense that time around, but Way2French choose Bind themselves. And again, we're staying away from Split here. 4 maps in total, 3 getting played. Bind being shoved out to the side. So with that in mind, or excuse me, Split being shoved out to the side. So with that in mind, I mean, looking towards Bind and Ascent, knowing how Way2French play, what do you kind of expect here for map number 2 with Bind?
Bind is going to be important again. We see the difference. Are we going to see the Phoenix versus the Raze?
Oh, yeah.
Is there going to be, is of course Underrated going to make any swaps for that point? Because again, that's where Shanks struggled the most, trying to play the Phoenix on Bind. I think it's more up to Underrated at this point to see what they do to try to have some success on that map.
That's a big point. Forget the map talk. Let's talk composition. We saw a double Omen in game number 3. So we know that this team, we know Underrated can play Omen. We saw the approach with respect to Phoenix. We're going to jump into the map in just a moment here, so don't worry about that one. Composition wise, I mean, Way2French played things pretty standard. Sova, Cypher, Sage, right? Get all the S's. Cypher's a C. Whatever, dude. You know what I'm saying? We've really seen the standard approach, I think, coming out from Way2French. But across the way, Underrated definitely have a flavor of their own. Yeah.
I think the idea behind the Phoenix is sound on Bind, right? Of course, with the teleporters and the run it back plays that you can make with them. It's just he never really got anything going. And honestly, the entirety of the team was struggling, I think, on that map as a whole. It might be a different case this time around. They might actually have their footing now that they are actually warmed up. Shanks definitely was looking better on the second map. Slowed down, petered off a little bit there on map number 3 on Ascent, but it was okay because he had players like JMO and Retro really stepping it up. Here on Haven, though, I kind of want to see them play for a little bit more utility, maybe not go for those blinds with the Phoenix, but I don't know if they'll change anything up.
We'll see.
He did have a lot of success, by the way, of course, with the Phoenix on map number 2. So it looks like they are going to be keeping that, and they're not changing anything. This was the exact same composition that they were running when we saw them in the first best of 3.
Yes, it is. Buys out. All right. Standard stuff. I always get interested when somebody buys the Frenzy round 1. Frenzy light armor here from Melio. Use rocking the classic, some utility, and the
I mean,
light
that
armor.
was the similar the raid boss in CS:GO loadout, right?
Yeah. C-Long is the medium push, not slow, not fast, just cautious. And once the wall comes up, attention will be turned elsewhere. Still one kind of spamming it, but not going to be the case here. Way2French spread out defensively. One holding A, camera at banana. Everybody else scattered towards B. One remaining at C. B will be the push here. Retro able to find the opening frag and then one. Walled off to the left-hand side. A connector will be just one player. Kev gets in and takes one down in garage. Underrated. Looking cute, feeling cute. Unscathed so far.
Wow. I was going to say that. I mean, I said just before this that Way2French maybe don't need to be hot here, but underrated. That's a very strong pistol round for them. And today, they're currently 6 and 7 in pistol rounds across 4 maps.
Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. The pistol rounds are... I don't know. What are the pistol rounds actually like? Is it just... gun control? What brings that success to pistol rounds?
One of it is that, of course, on the offense. Ooh, shakes. Don't even have time to talk about it there as he picks up 3, and that's going to be attackers taking that, only losing the 2. But I think when you're on the offensive side, the pistol rounds are a lot easier, just for the simple fact that you outnumber the defenders on whatever site that you decide to push, unless for whatever reason the defenders have that stack, right? But yeah, underrated. They've done it on the defense as well. They've just been able to really have that trigger discipline with the crosshair discipline as well, making sure that they've are ready. Teams just falling into the crosshairs now. So here we go into the 3rd round. Underrated have been having a little bit of trouble, of course, converting these 3rd rounds, but they only have 1 SMG, by the way, into this one. And so there's a possibility, of course, that they can actually convert this round.
Possibility. How high of a possibility is the question, I suppose. 5 on 5. Kev slinking ahead. Has the round 3 op and pushing up. I don't know about all that, but they're 2-0, and I'm just casting. So we'll see if they catch any fish with it. Everybody in their mama B for underrated. Way2French, on the other hand, spread out. 1 player at B, 2 left, 2 right. So everything going to be going Millhouse if underrated just surge forward, but they're actually going to back off here. What made underrated change course from B?
I think it was just everything was just taking way too long, and they had to put everyone back to their default sites. You can't just overcommit and give up a free one right now, as underrated themselves have backed off. They're making their way over to the A site now.
Still 2 scattered across the map, and Shanks is actually going to pick up Incred, who's making the rotation from B. Melio Mariah, 3 kills to the big man. One of them being the bomb carrier. And the bomb is downtown. Troublesome spot for Meal, as Kev finds the backside, quite literally, and gets the op shot. But Way2French find themselves on the board after a headshot from Hughes and an op for Hughes. You love to see it if you're a fan of Way2French.
Yeah. Not entirely too sure whose cage that was. I think that was Way2French's cage over at short A, and I think that's kind of why that first person that peeked up short A ramp didn't check the angle and lost that duel, allowing Melio to pick up that triple kill. It was massive, just shutting that down. Underrated. Had to play that kind of fast and loose, and I think with how long they took, it worked out in the benefit, of course, to Way2French at the end there. Now here, Underrated, forced onto the pistols. They are going to try to make a play for B, but they might just be running right into all of the explosives of Nano.
Not going to find a home just yet, but they'll certainly tossing it out there. Incred, oof. 85 damage dealt to them. Nano takes down JMO. 3 players dead on Underrated. And Retro can't find the kill. So it's a 2-on-2 here as Shanks gets busy. The op returned, the op taken away. And Way2French have a 1-man advantage with 2.
Yeah, and he needs to go back to spawn to pick up the spike as well. So this is going to slow him down. At this point, I think Way2French just play together, just commit to one side at the very least, and then go for the retakes afterwards. You play the numbers as it looks like he's running it straight over towards C. And so this is actually really good retake opportunity for Way2French. One pushes towards spawn, one pushes out from garage. We'll see what Shanks can do here on the post plant.
Both players going to be coming from the same angle. Not a bad plan, honestly, when it's versus a single player. You can double peek everything. Just hold hands with your teammate and make sure not to line up the collat. Shanks with the flank. Turns on the ult. Coming around from the left-hand side. Players fake the defuse. Pops up. Got to see him. Now trying to go to the left-hand side. Gets the Phantom, that's what I'm going to call it, the illusion, and the real player comes around the corner and really dies for the count. 2-2. Way2French get the defuse and the kill.
Yeah, I don't think that's where you use the run it back. You saw that once he got cleared, they were able to just stick it.
Thank you.
So the win condition was very odd for Underrated on that one. I feel like that was a tool that could have been better spent here. Imagine if Shanks had the run it back to just run it down mid instead. So they're not going to have that opportunity. Way2French tied up 2-2. But we've got another rifle round in play.
At the same time, I mean, if you position yourself close enough to, it's a dangerous game for sure. 1-on-1 trade down long over at A. Ha! Pop jump and the spike down over here in, what do we call this room specifically? I'm going to call it
CT. T.
I'm going to call it diploma because there's like a diploma on the wall, you know?
Oh, that reminds me. I got to figure out where my diploma is. I never got it framed. It's somewhere sitting in storage, I think.
I got to get a diploma. I dropped out of college. 4 players alive here. Nope, that's just 3.
Yeah, I've got a sociology degree, so basically the same thing.
Underrated. Trying to take down the lone meal. The op player switches out for the rifle. Still time to defuse. Jumps away from the molly. No info from the recon bolt. Firing on through. Pick up the op. Decides to save. And I like that call. Give it a shot. It's not there. I'll see you later.
Yeah, we got the eco res coming out onto Shanks there. Oh, JMO is spotted out. But yeah, nothing should happen. Underrated will be able to put a third one on the board. And Way2French this time, the defense, just that, default play onto the B site and worked out. And so we'll see if Way2French make any adjustments for this play to try and shut that one down. I'm trying to remember exactly where Hughes was playing, but I believe Hughes was playing over on the C site.
Yes.
Okay.
He's been kind of holding that spot down pretty much the entire time. We'll see if he can continue.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe he plays over towards garage. Instead, he's playing long. It's going to possibly be in the crosshairs of that operator, but no. Shanks is slowed down there as he will just go ahead and spam that door.
Players getting more familiar with wall pen, trying to spam that corner. Kev Still hear it long. C seems to be the commitment. 2 players here waiting. 3 players have to make the rotation. Sova's going to fire down mid, and here comes everybody on the site. Meal by himself, going to be flanked out to the left-hand side. Finally, walks around. Nobody took care of him. And after that, they certainly will. Way2French. 2 players left for the retake. They're both coming out of T. Shanks grabs number 3, and Millie will trade out, but that's that. 4-2, underrated. The newcomers looking good.
All right. Way2French though. Now that they got some money under their belts, let's see, the rifle rounds here is what's really important for Way2French. Is underrated. They haven't been able to exercise the same kind of map presence as they did the last time they were on the offense so far. But this B play, it looks like there are some adjustments coming out from Way2French to try and deal with that right now. They're going to keep Sova solo over at the A site. They moved over to the Cypher solo at the A site. Oh, they're rotating him back around, actually.
Yeah, they're going to figure it out. Quick pause as our players get their ducks in a row real quick. Underrated took 3 games to get here. We play best of 3s.
He said mouse died.
Listen. My G. Get a plug. Oh, man. Underrated took 3 games to get here. And Way2French have looked real strong. Not just here on Fight Night, but across the Valorant ecosystem. Getting a couple of dubs. Collecting them. Putting them in a box. Underrated, though. Currently lead this game. Of course, this is a best of 3 as well.
Okay, so here we go. At the beginning of the round, it is going to be the Cypher solo over at A, and it's going to be a double stack onto B. What I want to see, though, instead of the Sova going over to B, it's moving that Sage on over to hold down B site, moving the Raze over to control Garage. It's kind of what I want to see out of Way2French. I don't know if that's the exact play they need to go with, but if I were in their shoes, that's definitely what I would do at this point.
Wall comes out. Nobody mid. Underrated.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Get out of my way.
Looking for A. 2 players through banana, 3 players through short. And Melio can't make the moves up top. Players locked there, and 1 making the long flank for Way2French, 1 coming with the medium flank, I suppose, up through mid. And then 3 players just trying the old-fashioned retake. Incred starts things off and gets the kill.
This is going to be a difficult retake as they have excellent post-plant positions. Go post control over short, along with long. Anj gets that first kill, backs away. It's still traded away, but he gets right back onto the site now as 2 members are pushing him. The Brimstone ult forcing them into short, but oh man, just not able to hit those shots. It's down to a 1v1.
Melio's going to rush up, hit the... not good enough. Jamo finds it. Everybody knows you're going for the fake defuse. So do you go for the full stick these days?
It's difficult, especially when you're up against a Brimstone that hadn't used his Molotov at that point. The lineup was actually off, so if he had stuck it, he might have actually been able to get it. It's pretty difficult to really call. So underrated now with 5 rounds under their belts.
I want Valorant to sell the rings that Phoenix wears. Would you wear those rings, IRL?
See, I'm kind of against rings. I've got a fear of rings. Oh, Shanks!
Incredible. Gonna ring one up there against Shanks. The entry fragger has been fragged. So underrated, 4 players strong. Still here at C. Half of them at Cubby, the other half falling on back. And the fallback callback will be the all-in. Way2French. At least we'll hear the orb taken. Slow roll from the spike holder. B site looks to be the new target. Defenders are scattered. 2 players looking directly at B. 2 players still over at C. And the lone Cypher dealing with the other Cypher at A. They're just playing their own game. Explosions on B. The wall off to the left-hand side. A connector will be where there is danger. But it's smoked off. Kev waiting with the long-range sniper, able to take one out after retro before age. Kev finds the second, misses the third shot. Cypher, the only one alive, scratch it. And it's 6-2 after 8.
Boy, so they did move over use to B like I had wanted. It's really unfortunate that, you know, they allowed them to get this the wall off, and it just feels like, you know, those paint shells coming out for Nano just aren't hitting where they need to. This time around, Underrated possibly going for that A push. They've already got 4 people floating around here right now. It's a triple stack coming out from Way2French. Ooh. So we'll see if this one works out for them.
Op coming down here on a short. Not my favorite spot for the op, but
yeah,
the players this one. Oof, okay. Okay, revealed. This one goes to Sova. Man, that's a gutsy call. Holding when you get hit with the tracking dot. I know it's not impossible. That's a gutsy call. Emil rightfully wins the fight.
During all that, though, Underrated did lose 2. Way2French did lose 2. They've got a res available. Revealing area. But it's going to be difficult. Again, where they died, it makes it very hard for them to recover the bodies if they wanted to.
At the same time, Underrated is trying to rotate out of here with less than a minute. So Way2French don't have the bodies, but, you know, essentially defense, you're just stalling, right? So good angle here from Meal. Retro gets up Kev. Beautiful control there. Pop-Tart's going downstairs. Won't find anybody. Full rotate to C is my call. Hughes finds Kev lurking. We'll see if Underrated go elsewhere if they stick it. There's the res.
Yeah, Kev with the dieback as well. So now it's a 4v4, as it looks like the move is, well, their only opportunity now is be the wall up onto the right-hand side. Along with the slow here, it's going to be stuck. Does have to be careful. Incred pushed up. He's going to be able to burn down Retro with that Molotov, and Spike is down, but it's a 4v2 in the post plant.
One's over at window, and somebody's going to be coming from the C to B flank. Incred finds it. Nice turnaround. Milio able to grab one as well. And Underrated have 6 under their belt, but Way2French will grab about half of that after 9. 3 more to go. Still able to tie this one before the half is Way2French. Not everything coming to Millhouse for them this time around, but this is where they can start to make some noise. Economy for Underrated, how do you feel?
This is a nice spot.
It's still good. I mean, if they're able to buy into this one, I do worry about, of course, how the anti-eco looks.
Right.
If Way2French can break that economy. Underrated in the series just before this were having difficulties with those, trying to convert in any of their eco rounds to a win. Right now, Incredible holding over at Garage on this Brimstone. We'll go ahead and smoke that double doors off. Actually holding. Smokes off B instead.
One player in Garage window. Shanks gets it through the smoke, baby. Anj able to answer as well. Way2French. Only a 3 remaining. And Nano's going to walk up. Bad nade, but good kill. So a 4-3 contest here. Bomb walking away from C. Walking likely to A, where Cypher has completely taken over here, forcing the enemy Sova off the site. Way2French still have 2 players lagging behind. Meal, though, finds the kill. Will it deter the A push? Doesn't look like it. Spike on board and getting ready to plant, but here comes some nonsense. Not able to put it down yet. There's the follow-up, and there's the plant.
You're dead.
Ooh, Shanks pushing up aggressively with that running back. He's instantly cleared, but he's got info. He knows two are over there. Flash out, not going to actually work as Hughes goes for that peek, takes one out.
Nice wall there. Really efficient. I don't want to give credit where it's not due. But that's a huge big brain play. Phoenix comes up and shoves himself and does kind of what we were talking about with Omen ult, right? Just use it for info. So Phoenix pops running back, charges at him, gets the information, and then the other two players behind there, Sage knows that this player is that this is a Phoenix particularly, puts down a wall in a way that will defend against a default flash, but not cut off their attack. Really big brain play if that's how it was lined up.
Yeah. Underrated with a stellar offense right now. And it's just the tempo that they're not able to keep up with. Having that jet, having the Phoenix as Underrated now making their next push. They're all the way through garage into the connector area over by B, pushed all the way to CT. They've got full control over to C, and so they're going to go ahead and run that up and get the plant for free.
Easy. Easy clap. This was the easiest round for Underrated thus far. Not over, of course. 4 versus 2 defense. But everything's certainly on the side of good. Cool little angle here. Shouts to the production staff. And Melio's going to make good use of it. Retro walks on in, walks on home, and the final kill here with the big boy gun. So Underrated, 8 in the pocket. Way2French trying to end this one at 8-4, which is, I think 8-4 is the, oh no, Way2French is defending.
They're defending.
Oh no.
This is a real tough look for them. At this juncture, the offense is going to be very difficult for them with very little room to work with, room to breathe.
Default play, Underrated. Spike lifted home. Flash in the garage. Forces Incred back. Playing with a little gun. Shanks ready to play with the big one. Shanks being trepidatious here. 2 players there, left and right, keeping everybody's mind occupied as Jet dashes on in and unfortunately falls immediately. Shanks is able to punish Incred, but Hughes answers back. 3 players alive for Way2French after Shanks gets 1 more, and 2 up for Underrated. This looks to be Way2French's. Unless Retro really makes the big boy play.
He gets the res off of this, by the way, with the spike plant now. And so who does he res here? He does fall back. It's going to be JMO brought back into this one. If he's got the molly, that'll be huge for them along with the smokes. He does fall all the way back, and so he's going to be playing for that molly position. Oh, just narrowly missing that stage. But here comes the shark dart. Doesn't actually connect.
Oh, come on. You got to bounce that. Retro gets 1. Oh, JMO gets 2. Retro does make the big boy play. And 9-3 at the half. Underrated. Certainly looking pretty damn well rated in this game.
Woo. Underrated. What a way to start the series off now. 9-3 on their attacking side here on Haven up against Way2French. Did not expect to see this at all whatsoever. Now, Way2French really got an uphill struggle ahead of them here as Underrated are just looking absolutely on fire. Shanks came alive in the first series of the day, particularly on this map, and he's doing it once again. But it's Retro. Also had a slow start, but really came alive himself into his own, and clutching that last one out was huge for them.
Pistol round one more time. And Incred starts this one off hot. Shanks goes down. And because of that, mid a little bit more open. Way2French with the bomb. Come on. Can't deal with the robot. And so they all just leave garage. They say, whatever, dude. We're out.
Yeah.
And, we'll walk towards mid again.
It's like when you find a bee or a really massive spider in a room. Just get out of there. Everyone just get out of here.
Or a bird.
The timing on that, by the way. Kev just narrowly missed there. We got two flankers coming out from Underrated, coming up right behind them.
Uh-oh.
Headshot.
One. Surprise. And there's the secondary, but Hughes is able to win this one. Meanwhile, Meal looking strong. Spike planted. Way2French, 3 players alive versus the 1. Incred falls back, sees the player, can't win the trade. J-Mo MG. Oh. Is it enough, though? 2 players left. They're both coming from the same spot, and Meal instead will grab numero 3. And it is 9-4 as Way2French wake up a little bit and try to win the pistol.
Yeah, even though Underrated have been fairly successful all day long with their pistol rounds, now this one would have been huge for them. Way2French clutching that one up. So now where do they go from here? It looks like a possibly full-on push. They've got the numbers. They've got the weaponry to work with it as well. Take a look at Underrated, though. They might have a 4-man stack ready for this push.
Oh, they're ready. I don't know why they know, but they are so ready. Everybody rotating to C. Pop, pop. Not good enough. Nano gets it with the sub. Kev, though, blindly firing into the smoke, able to find one alongside J-Mo. Incred answers, so it's a 3-on-3. Let's get ready to joust. It's all about C site.
And they're sticking around here. Looks like one does get spotted out. There we go, pushing up through mid, and so they're sandwiched here, with plenty of time to work with. But I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for them really to try and get out of this position. One still stuck in cubby, 2 back basically over by spawn. How do they deal with this?
Yeah, I mean this is what you see this a lot. Oof. Way2French, a much better team than kind of what I'm about to reference, but you see this a lot in matchmaking where teams have an idea and start to execute and then stop. And when you get sort of like caught up, Shorty runs out of ammo, you can totally get yourself surrounded.
Yeah, the lurk was so long over there that he's really not entirely too sure. We'll just go ahead and run that over to the B site as he didn't hear the plant going down onto the C site, so it was either B or A. So great movement coming out from Anj so far as he pushes his way through windows. This is going to be difficult. He's already walled off, and only with a pistol to try and clear this. That just gives away your position.
Go around it. I like the call. Sage holding the only sight line she needs to. Easy. Easy. Just really easy. Way2French were able to grab that one. The round wasn't easy. That kill was. But that was an arduous task for Way2French to find number 5 here. 2 in this last half. Yes, it was a 9-3 split at the trade. And Underrated actually got 9 on offense, which is not what you like to see there if you're rooting for them. So if you're rooting for Way2French, but Way2French have been able to kind of claw their way back into it, and 9 feels a lot different from 10. So Way2French still have a way into this, but Underrated have really dug their heels in and just straight up look good.
Now, Way2French looking to make a play, it looks like over here on the A site. Very cautious. I mean, checking corners with the camera. Ooh.
Cute play. Not enough. Party at A site. Everybody here in a red jersey, blue jersey still rotating. 2 off site, the third trying to find a way back. But Jamo able to do work while he's waiting for his teammates. Way2French have 3 players up, and the spike is going to be planted. Underrated. 3 players on the other side. Fire from through. Shanks waits it out, still finds it. Great crosshair placement from the Phoenix player. And that's that. Way2French are able to take this one again. 6-9. Nice.
It's a very important rifle round there, and it does kind of show us exactly where we are in terms of footing here. When it comes to the rifle rounds there on the offense, Way2French being able to win that out, it's going to be a little bit more difficult now for Underrated to all these defenses. It's you don't want to be losing these rifle rounds on the defense. You're the team that's got that advantage. You've got the crosshairs already set. So now Mill, he's got the operator here as they're considering, they're waiting, playing this cautiously. Default, there it is. Mill gets that first pick out to Shanks.
Beautiful play. Mill, once he's able to grab this op and find positions, he can really kind of take over the fight. Kev here just chilling, knives out. Not the movie, the player. Way2French trying to figure out what to do, and Kev gonna give him the answer. Nice trade though, as Nano finds it through the wall. One more player underneath there. See, that's a diploma, right?
I am not sure. It's definitely a certificate of sorts, which a diploma is a glorified certificate.
Sure. Certificate room? Could you say that really quickly? Coming up through certificate. I don't think.
Nah, that's definitely not the call out. It ain't it, Chief.
Oh man, I guess you can call it paper. That's probably the pro player call, you know, paper.
Planted the spike.
Spike down. Way2French have 4 players to defend against Retro. Sheriff in a dream, baby.
Yeah, both sides really having really strong attacking sides now. And I don't know what's happening with the defense of either team, but yeah, Way2French really coming alive here, almost tying it up. We're at 7-9.
I'm gonna do one of those toss outs again. All right, here, take it or leave it. Agree or disagree. Haven, or excuse me, this map. I messed up a little bit. This map might be attacker-sided because of the ability to rotate so easily. Like, maps are defensive-sided by default. Nice shot by Neil. Because, in the beginning, because players don't know how to attack. But with 3 separate sites, the ability to rotate, now the game has been matured, attackers understand the sight lines a little bit more than we did once upon a time. And so maps that started as T-sided, or excuse me, defensive-sided, might, you know, CT-sided might be a little bit more attractive from an attacker side now. Wow, nice flick. Oh, I mean, impressive.
Oh boy, Way2French.
2 players up, and they're both way at home. Spike's on site, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's planted for window. The Sova ulti does actually connect. I don't have the Brimstone ulti. Actually, they're going to go ahead and commit that Brimstone ulti, and right now with the Molotov as well.
Is that enough?
So,
oh, Meal. Oh, nice shot from Shanks, but the secondary as well. I don't know if they have time. Halfway done?
Yeah, they do. They do.
2.88 seconds left. And that, I mean, this is underrated buying Shanks at dinner. That was, that 2K at the end, pretty and punctual. Exactly when they needed it to happen.
I don't know if he had, if there's maybe another, a shark dart that could have been thrown in there. They were doing an excellent job of delaying.
This is a nice
If there was an additional shock dart, that could have been the play. That could have been what got them that round. But hey, you know, very good defense coming out, or, you know, very nice retake there coming out from Underrated. Way2French had the tools to try and finish that out. It was just unfortunate. Maybe they didn't have to layer the ultimates as quickly as they could. Maybe they could have waited another half second or something between. I don't know. Optimizing these the overlap is a difficult call.
For sure. It's definitely tough to come through. Spike slowly walked to C through garage. Still afraid of it though. Garage is incredibly scary to push.
Fire in the hole!
And here comes Ray's just okay. She hit it on accident? Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure, but that does give them the plant at the very least. It's still a 5v5 now retake for this. So here we go. Underrated are coming in. They're onto the B site. It's Shanks to start it all off.
Judge, jury, and executioner. Oh no, ran out of time right at the worst spot. I thought he was going to be able to get that second player. Can't though. Starts to defuse. Joke's on him as he's got to get out of there. Every piece of nonsense, shock dart, rifles and nonsense, and Meal showing up close. And the attackers are able to get this one. Ocho for Way2French.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Underrated ended up playing on the stacks there, playing with no control over the B site. It was just a free rotation for Way2French to get onto the side and get it down there. Last time there was at least some opposition, which made it that much more difficult, but that was just an absolute free plant with very little utility used. We got to see the paint shells coming across, the shock darts right on point as well. Everything, every key piece of utility used to delay anyone to try to get on to that point now. Way2French are going to play this default here, take this a little bit slower as they're getting closer and closer to bring this game within reason. 8-10 now is the scoreline. Way2French really fought back for this one, and there we go. Default actually paying off for them. He even holds for the third.
Oh man, no fear. Meal just long range, medium range, able to get it done. He has quickly become one of my favorite players to watch in Valorant. Cypher player also, so you love to see it. Or excuse me, Sova player, so you love to see it. I, of course, am a Sova main. Sometimes you need a bow and arrow to get it done. Good post plant. How do you feel about it?
It's a 5v1. That's I think one of the best post plant positions you can have.
Are you winning, son?
Yeah.
It's like when the player hits the home run. Is that good, sweetie? Yeah, man. Way2French in a very, very nice spot. This will be number 9.
You have to remember that this half also started. It was 9-3, I believe. You really want to turn this corner, Kev? He had to try. He had to try.
I mean, he had to try. It was definitely funny. He did not expect to see 3 Way2French members waiting there. Maybe 2, but not 3 people staring down their gun barrels.
Together.
$19. And our team's only separated by 1. As you said, I think the most impressive thing here is how Way2French kind of were in a hole, like swimming in the moat at the half. And have, against all odds, taken this attacker's side and really ran with it. Jamerson not agreeing with me when I proposed perhaps this being attackers flipped. 50-50 maybe? Like,
I'm just a little bit on the fence. Because
Yeah.
like I said, I love how defense can play this very dynamically. How again they can control where they want to push if they want to, of course, get aggressive. I like that. You know, you don't have to play a completely reserved style. You're not kind of forced on that like you are on something like Bind. Ooh,
big
a lot of
damage
kills
coming
being
out.
traded.
Big damage coming out.
I know exactly where you
Understated, underrated. Falling down here. Way2French get the plant. 2v2.
They got the info early on as well, and so they've got this crossfire set. Retro trying to go for the peak. They were going for the timing. That was it. Nice jump down, but what a flick! The turnaround, nil.
I told you, man, this is one of my favorite players to watch play. He's got the Lakers axe too. Shout outs to J.R. Smith. But man, this guy has been fun to watch frag. Just straight up WTF, making underrated say WTF. 10-10. Tied up. Who takes round number 21? Non-rhetorical. Who's taking this one?
Way2French. They've only dropped one round so far here on the attacking side, and it seems today in this matchup, oh, that's big. They've lost the Sage control. Melio, if he had just turned over one more time, you would have actually seen there was someone pushed up underneath window. The timings. There you go. Just check underneath window.
I didn't see it. He didn't see it. He didn't see it. Scotty doesn't know.
I think he heard him jump up, though.
He heard him. He heard him jump. Pop, pop. Nice play there from Melio. Spike still back at home in cred, thinking about going C. The rest of the squad has to stay back. Players going to filter in through main. And, oh, wow. That's his earshot. Melio just heard the player jumping up those stairs.
Mm-hmm. So now it's going to be a free A site. We do have the flank coming out from Kev on that jet from behind, but Melio is going to be holding this angle. See how disciplined he is about holding it now.
Spike going to go down here.
3 out of 5.
Nice job from Melio. Beautiful. But Melio has been just he's just doing the dirty work. Staying behind, holding the flanks. You know what I mean? He's doing the chores of the team, and he's getting it done. And like you said, you know, I asked you to put it down, and you did. And Way2French looking to be the one. You know, I was going to make a joke about being 21 and grabbing a drink, but they're from Canada. And I think it's 18 to drink in Canada. So the joke doesn't hold.
I don't know if it's like the U.S. is the only country in the world that requires you to be any age above 18 to drink.
Well, I guess I'll grab a drink. 21 for Way2French. 11 in their pocket. Nice stuff, though.
Yeah,
Way2French really bringing it back.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot and shoes coming down now hard on to underrated here, who just haven't really been able to establish any kind of defense whatsoever. Way2French with the spearhead of, I don't even know who to really shout out, because everyone's kind of had their individual performances so far in this half. I guess Mill for sure.
Yes.
Has been standout player for Way2French.
Completely agree. He has been absolutely the player to look to.
Yeah, the spearhead, or I guess the arrowhead, being on the Sova.
Yeah. I guess if you had a really big bow, you could shoot a spear with a bow, like a really
A spear is technically just a really large arrow, right?
That's what I'm saying. So if you build
Yeah.
like a trebuchet-sized bow, they're gonna need a trebuchet to bust down B, because in Credit Nano, the Caps Lock crew are able to find 2 just like that. So it's a 5-on-3, and Underrated looking to take their negative numbers and try to make it positive, but Shanks still winds up minus, and it's 0-2, 10-11. Do these 2 players look to save or make the shot? Retro goes for it, dies out after. And so it's Jet alone. She's got an op. I say save. But that means you're on tournament, well, not tournament points, best of 3, my mistake. So you still have other games to play. Kev keeps the op, nice job. And that'll be, no, a dozen, baby. And you asked who to look at, Jamerson, this man right here.
Yeah, Mill just holding it down. Way2French. Woo, really bringing it back. 9-3, by the way, is how we started this half. Way2French basically picking up 9 in a row. Only dropped 1 during this half so far. And I don't know what's going on. The defense is really just being shut down here. As it looks like they're just going to try and spam through this wall now. Already getting set up with that stim beacon.
Spike still left at home.
Emilio was actually the one that got spammed through that wall.
Get out of my way.
Full heal, though. No problem. Thanks to the Sage. Way2French playing very disciplined. It's easy to just kind of go for round number 13, but understanding that Underrated are 10 here, they've got to play it just like they've played all these other rounds.
They've punished a lot of the aggression that Underrated have been trying to utilize here on the defense. You know, the pushes up through B, the pushes into window and everything. And they've deflected a lot of those defensive attacks. But now they've grouped all 5. There's a small little sliver to work with as well.
Is it a trap, though?
Here comes the smokes. Oh, he got spotted out. He knows he's there. That's going to be the clear. Nano takes him out. Finally, a showstopper actually connecting. And even through the smoke, did a lot of damage onto him. Does have to back away now. Whew.
When you spam through smoke, you kind of like pick a spot and hope they're there. And the spot that player picked was good. The shots are good. 2 for JMO as he busts on the site. That's a 3rd. Can he find the 4th? Yes, but not the 5th. Way2French. It takes them 23, but they take game 1.
Wow. That was a tough one. I was starting to lose faith in Way2French, but they're showing me why you cannot count them out. What a huge game for them.
Look at this. You asked who to look at. 27-13-5, man. Like I always say not to get too wrapped up in the slash line, but Meal, when you hit 27, Jamerson, you done did it, okay?
Yeah. That's not the entire story, though. Even though we were looking at Mill, and Mill was, of course, that top fragger, we also have to look at Incredible. And as an entry fragger, he was 8. He got 8 first bloods for his squad, and so he does really enable Mill to really come up with that. And so those stats alone show how important the team play is in this game.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned team play, and you mentioned Incred. Melio, I said, was doing the dirty work, the chores, just always holding up the flank, always looking specifically, not holding long with the op, not charging in for the entry frags. He wasn't getting the flashy plays, but Melio was a big part of what brought specifically this offensive win back, able to find these important, not so flashy kills, just getting it done. And I think that was really impressive and allowed Way2French to kind of, like we said, I mean, it was, I need to remind the fans at home, this was 9-3 at the half. So we saw this run back, very impressive.
Yeah. So it was a little bit of a slow start, but Way2French, once they swapped off onto that offensive side, I mean, neither side really could figure out exactly what they wanted to do with their defense. Both teams, Underrated, along with Way2French, kept a very dynamic style there on the attack, really mixing things up. Is it going to be a B push? Is it going to be a C push? Is it going to be A? Neither attack were one-dimensional And so it kept both defenses reeling and trying to figure out, really left on the wayside too, to try and pick up the pieces there. So yeah, really good attacks coming out from both. It was just Way2French with a much stronger attack.
So Way2French were playing on Underrated's pick. Underrated went and chose Haven, and Way2French were playing. And so seeing Underrated come out and do such a good job on the offense, not that surprising, right? They choose the map, they know how to play it, and then Way2French kind of downloads how their opponent is playing and then is able to come through at the end. Next map is going to be Bind. This is Way2French's selection. Underrated will be playing on defense first. We'll see if we have to move to a game 3 or if Way2French are able to take it in 2. I'm Fdot, that's Jamerson, and we'll be right back with Fight Night.
The operator in the next round here, which he is, of course, prone to do for the team.
Oh, this time around, Meal with the collat. Mid is going to be the play, and I think this is the answer, although Hoppin seems to be the one with all the answers.
If the team that wins the first 2 rounds are able to convert that 3rd round, then yeah, that is great for them. But fairly regularly, we do not see that happening. Incredible pushes through, picks up 3 before he finally goes down.
Big frames have 2 now. It's from someone who's been rezzed, and Meal takes down Nerfed. Sees where the second is, drop, and shot like, oh!
Looked him right in the face. The craziest part is that, like, you know, he no-scopes the person who's like, what, 30 meters away?
Submachine guns here for mix-up. Normally, I disagree with this, but I don't think they have the rounds to play with. Nice shots coming out, and I can't say it a 3rd time. You know what, I will. Nice shots coming out. Hopping with the triple kill. A little bit different. Everybody in their family coming up this angle, though. Stellar's waiting. 3 so far. Players left to defend the retake by all 5 of mix-up. Recon Bolt destroyed, the information given, but the life taken away. Use Nano. Gets 1 kill for their team. Information gathered. Hoppin drops low and drops 2-3 players.
Gone off before he went across the corner there. Melio up high, finds 1.
And there's the second, finds the 3rd. We have had so many multi-kills. I don't know if I like to push with the 2 players in mid here looking for B. CP2 is going to do a good job of finding it. Teleport. Okay. Cute. CP2 has woken up. Gets the kill. Now, Omen has found the flank here with that ultimate. Oh, an errant shot. He does get the kill and 1.
I just have faith in their pistols.
That's me. It doesn't always work. Long's going to be the fight. Cool ABC grabs 1 and the double. Yeah.
But that's where, like, the counter mind games play come in. Now, of course, Cool ABC starts it off, takes out Elite Infinity. That's a huge start for the defense.
I like that play here coming out from Cool ABC. I think if you're going to play the Jet, that's one way to do it. Play it aggressively and say no way. 3 for Jet already. And Illinois trying to get in their way and doing a damn good job of it. 4 players standing in the noisy Jersey. No, they lined up, and No Ditch has 1 shot and 2 kills. Nice job, gets it after the fact. Poopy head up in heaven. Finds the headshot. Beautiful accuracy again. He does it with a disgusting crosshair.
Here we go, going in. Ooh, ABC playing with his food right now.
And getting eaten himself.
1v1 though, 6 HP on Fly Cow moves.
What?
So Fly Cow moves, like, maybe we can dice.
We watched them, I think, on the mini map. And so at this point now, oh, he just busted through.
How did that go down? How did that happen?
Toronto started it all off. That operator paying off. No Dick was able to find one.
Oh, one tap from Ancien, waiting for the other two. There's the secondary and the third. Incredible stuff coming out from the Jet player. Jets, nice. There's the fourth. You see that often at higher levels. And so players have to be a little bit more aware of the flank potential. And yeah, that player's really killing it now.
Oh. Cool way to see it.
And we're back at it. Two voices here. It's Fdot, it's Jamerson, it's Way2French, it's Underrated, it's Bind, baby, and it's Fight Night. One in the pocket for Way2French. This is a best of 3. And if you're just joining us, there is a best of 3 that determines who gets to play against the reigning champion. And our reigning champion is none other than ESPN rated number 9, Way2French. Underrated came through the original best of 3 earlier in the evening and are now playing for a chance to dethrone Way2French. They did a good job, Jamerson, in the first game. A 9-3 start to the match, but things went awry as Way2French ultimately owns the game, as you see the one next to their name. So, Underrated, trying to bring us to a game number 3. The question I start the night off to you, Jamerson, is, can they do it?
I mean, they had him in the first half. Here, though, Bind was the worst look for Underrated, right? They're not changing anything as well. This is the same composition that they ran. Retro winning that duel up against Incredible. Take a look at this angle, though. Bomb Buddy spots him out. He knows there's one on the left, and they cash that out.
The corpse falls right on through the port. Way2French, 3 players alive. Underrated. Just 2. Way2French, though, have already done the job. Spike goes down. 2 for the retake.
Yeah, Hughes also has the heal for him, and so they're going to be at 100 HP. Melio sitting all the way back now over by Shadows. Got the camera out to not entirely too sure what angle that's checking.
Well, you know.
It looks as confused as I am. What? Where? Oh.
Trouble. Bang. Oh, did not expect it to go that way or that way. Angus ain't.
No.
Oh, wow. Underrated.
That's not supposed to happen. He knew, he saw the shoulder. It was a slow peek. It wasn't like it was a fast peek or anything. He knew exactly that he was coming from that angle. And then to lose the 1v2 in U-Haul, that's not supposed to be something you lose.
Not at all. I mean, that was, and that's why I like games like this. I grew up playing Counter-Strike. A lot of my esports career is with a MOBA, but even in the MOBA that I played, it was Smite. It was, skill shot oriented. Everything tactically on the paper was lined up for Way2French, and Underrated just played better. And that is so appealing to me in esports, man. I love that. This, I don't know if I love. Way2French, 5 players strong. Just walking up long. 1 goes down. 2 goes down. The 3rd doesn't, but retro. Let's go. The judge for 3. And it's a 2-0 lead for Underrated.
Underrated, consistent though, taking these pistol rounds again. And of course the ensuing anti-eco round, as we've got double operator already by Underrated. Okay. Not going to run the double operator. Darn. They're just going to be running the solo. But they do have 2 judges in play. It's going to be Shanks and Retro. Shanks in that same position. That's, oh boy. Double judge over here on the B site?
Interesting. I expected one on showers, one in hookah. Instead, it's the op going showers. That seems curious. That said, pop, pop, easy peasy. And the wall. 3 players coming up long, thinking about the port. P.S. Bomb still at home. Way2French 4 versus Underrated's 5. B's being pushed. They have no bomb. Incred from the corner is able to take down Shank standing up there in hookah. Meal will fire the pop shots, but Hughes finds him with the real gun. Kev from a distance off the backside. And so 3 players for Underrated and just 2 from Way2French. They have gone back, picked up the spike. And B will be the site one more time, but I've criticized this very popular, very normally successful approach. Leaving the spike at home cost Way2French at least 1 player's life.
Yeah, it took them a lot of time, and now this rotation already 2 players ready, healed up now as the peak comes out, and it's good for JMO. Now it's just a 1v3.
Spike is planted, and well, so is the Cypher player. Underrated will go ahead and pick this one up. Diffuse to the Sova? Oh, I guess Retro already had full ult.
Yeah, just spreading the love there. And
yeah, I was curious. Because usually if I'm looking at this team, I mean, everybody's going to say Sage is the most important super ult. What, you know, what do they officially call it in Valorant? Is it ultimate?
I'm not sure. I just always just called it ultimate.
Yeah. It probably is just ult. The Brawl Stars in me says super, but yeah, Brimstone doesn't have it. I would probably give it over to Brimstone, but either way. Ooh, big Sova arrow coming out from Kev. Sees the entire push onto A main. Players are going to fall back onto the site and make the rotation coming away from B. Way2French looking to make their move. They quickly bust into main, but now they slow down. They're kind of trapped here, especially if Underrated are able to make the flank from around the other side here, Jay.
Yeah, and take a look. Shanks got the angle. He could peek out. He's even cleared the wall. Don't know what Way2French is waiting for here.
Again, this is... the phrase is kind of corny, but it always fits. Hesitation leads to devastation. You're going to get stuck here. The Sheriff trade isn't good. Neither is that one. 2 in the pocket for the Phoenix player. I think that's a 3rd even on top of it. Everybody just getting hauled off from U-Haul. And the flawless victory as the Sova comes from the other side. Yeah, man, I don't know, dog. That, you walked in, that U-Haul is a panini press. They got sandwiched there.
I think my silence is the best dismay that I can express. I was so confused about that. Yeah, kind of uncharacteristic play coming out from Way2French. I don't know if the idea was to just like explode out of U-Haul, but they got slowed down too much, and then they had no idea what to do from there. Let's see how they approach this next round, though. They're going to play a little bit more default across the map. Looks like there's a push coming out to go ahead and control that ultimate orb over by Showers. Oh, Kev wins that duel.
Meal tossing an arrow out there. The Sova ult. Trying to go for it. Lakers axe still the #1 knife, by the way. Even with this, even with the Dragino guns coming out, I think the purple and gold axe is still the best.
Out of charges.
Sova's coming through showers. Everybody else coming through short. No vision. Anj is able to grab one. Melio trades it on out. 2 players falling back through U-Haul. Hughes walk it up. Has the correct spot. Even has to flick to it. But does a great job of doing so. And a great ult from Shanks. Oh my goodness, was that on point. See, the Phoenix play here is impressive. And a good old-fashioned dieback. Nice job. Spike carrier killed.
Retro got caught trying to go for that res.
Whack. I guess when Shanks got the one player in U-Haul, they didn't realize there was a secondary.
But he got res there. Who was the reser? Shanks. Take a look at the tempo on this. They were not expecting him to have been pushed through. And Shanks picks up the quad kill. Way2French. What is going on?
Dude, I said this before. And I just, maybe I'll talk directly to the chat here. Like, yes or no, dude. Phoenix players, 90% of the time, are noobs, right? They're just not great. Even when we see competitive players at our fight night, you know, the players that would opt for Phoenixes, like the duelists, we wind up seeing play Reyna or Raze, even specifically Raze on this map. So seeing Shanks come out and play Phoenix to, you know, close to its full potential, utilizing the flame walls, making use of the run back in the right spots. I mean, this character looks really impressive on the offensive side of things for sure. Or, I mean, hell, he's playing defense here. This character just looks impressive in the hands of Shank right now.
And what's impressive is that spray down from Mange through the smoke, and he does get cleared out, though. Ooh, Way2French. Now, finally, with a big opportunity to take a round here in the half.
Big opportunity as they steal the blue one. Incred's going to fall on back. One player coming from the back gets hit by the dart. Melio going to hide out here. Nice job. Shanks is able to rush. Again, it's the play style. Shanks is just always kind of rushing players down and getting it done that way. Nice try to stick it, but Retro falls down. Shanks finds another kill. And the anti-eco, or the eco rather, from Way2French. So they find themselves on the board here. After 6, it's 5-1. Way2French just couldn't find it. Now they do.
Yeah, what's troubling is that Way2French are still struggling to deal with the tempo that Shanks is really playing at. So this is going to be a different look for him, picking up that operator himself, still on that Phoenix. He's going to try and go for that quick peek over at Long B.
We'll see how it works out. The rest of the squad going to join them. Everybody, Long B. Single player going up through hookah. It's going to be Raze. As to be expected, Raze, fantastic in close quarters. Incred trying to walk up here. Firewall going to be put on down. Incred, though, finds Shanks. Tiny angle right there. The wall destroyed. Retro destroyed. Smoke going to be popped down. Incred walking onto the site first. Shoots into the cubby. Nobody going to be there. From the corner, JMO gets one. And the follow-up. Meal with a little friendly fire. We won't talk about it. JMO falling back. Cut down to 21. 2 players coming around the corner. Can't get either.
Wow.
But it's Kev and Ainge who are waiting behind him to take down the 2 aggressors. Beautifully baited by Underrated. And they're able to take this one. That's their 6th.
JMO just doing a great job of retreating. Frag, retreat, and baiting them all the way back there as the rotation comes out from Underrated. The 2 players that are playing over at A, of course, just ready, lined up to go for that trade. And Underrated right back into it. Taking a look at Way2French, we do have at least 1 buy on board for them. And man, this offense is looking really, really bad currently. As Kev tries to go for a cheeky peek over. Okay.
Don't forget, ye of little faith, not necessarily you, Jamerson. This is what game number 1 looked like. Oh, Meal! Born to shoot through the wall. Love that stuff. Really do, man.
They've got a res to work with as well. Underrated Dune. So we'll see. Drone's going to be used to clear out U-Haul as two people push in. It looks like they will go for that res onto Ange. As they peek out, Shanks will get that kill onto Mill. And it is all just underrated at this point. Incredible finally answers back, but it's not going to be enough.
The fire. Oh, is he? Okay. I thought maybe. Oh, look at that. 5 seconds exactly. They should give you extra money for nailing that.
That's pretty pleasing, I'm not gonna lie. Double operator once again though for underrated now, as Mill will be picking up one of his own for the side of Way2French here on this buy round. And man, 7 rounds in a row for the defense here for underrated. It's Way2French. Just they haven't been able to really set up the post plans properly here. As it looks like they are indicating that, you know, they want to try and poke and prod first over here at the B site. I've got enough of the A pushes now.
Location received. Shank's going to be known. By the way, I asked our French friends in chat. We are both wrong. It is neither meal nor mill, but mile.
There are 2 L's. I know. No.
It's a different language. You lose.
I will pronounce it with like the Spanish ella before I say that's mile.
Mia. Okay. I will say mile. Oh, it's funny. Honestly, I might be just getting punked. You never know, but
we never know.
Way2French. Way too flailing about right now. That wasn't as smooth as I wanted it to be. 4 players up, though. There's Sage down for the count. And it looked like Way2French were all about that base. The B site. And they've slowed it down. Still about that B site. And the Cyphers are still off playing their own game. Like they have been all day.
Underrated really have no trouble here on their defense, especially with Shank starting it off all like that. Again, it's coming with these off-tempo plays, honestly. Shanks is playing at a speed that looks like Way2French just aren't used to. Like, who makes the kind of pushes that Shanks does? We don't see that kind of often.
And that's what I'm getting at. Like, he's playing... If he was playing, and sure, the difference in characters, the difference in agents when it comes to Valorant is intentionally low, right? You're a smoke character, you're a flash character, but like everybody gets a vandal, and that's very much intentional. But you still want to play the playstyle in a certain way, right? Like Sova doesn't want to be entry frag because you want to make use of the information that he's able to grab, and quite the opposite. Phoenix wants to play on these odd pushes. Who sits there is what you want your opponent to scream when you're pushing with your Phoenix player. So
who pushes that? Yeah.
I love to see that. Like, why would you even be there? Because I'm Phoenix and I'm supposed to make you say that.
All right. 4 or 5-man push here coming out from short, but Cav's got this angle set up.
Walking back privately.
That's actually quite the molly.
Oh, wow. Look how low this one player is. Who is that? That's the Rays mania. All right. Ouch. All right. Not going to be ouch. Still plenty of players trying to push through this smoke, and they will do that. One for the money and the third. Don't even need the show. But Shanks will get taken down. Ainge is there for the follow-up and taken care of.
And that's just a good read coming out from underrated, you know, holding that angle with the operator, having 3 players, I believe, on the A site for that defense. They just, like you said, it looks like they've got Way2French kind of downloaded here on the offense.
Yeah. And it's man. Before I was saying that, you know, maybe Haven was the offensive tilted map. Both teams wound up doing really well on offense. Here, This is not an offensive tilted map. I can say that pretty confidently. And I think Underrated are aptly named. Nice shot there from Retro. I think they are an offensive tilted team, if that makes sense. I think their offense is fantastic in juxtaposition to their defense, which is not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination, Jay. But, I mean, really, their offense is impressive.
Nia able to pick up the kill on his counterpart onto Kev.
You will not kill my
I'm just doing that out of spite right now. Use will go ahead and res him up, and this is the best opportunity they've got. They've got the man's advantage, but Retro answers right on back. Incredible goes down. They find nothing.
Oh no, did Sova damage his teammate? I think he did, but Shanks is able to find one in the sky, using Melio answer back. 2 players up for Underrated. Way2French finally on a good spot. Spike gonna be planted. 1 player in the back. 2 players to defend it. One's gonna take elbow. Both are gonna be here.
I wonder
Should
if
they split up?
Recon arrows shortly or not to be able to spot this one out.
Oof. Got him. Wonderfully played. Really wonderfully played. They did the Dr. Pepper, and they just waited. Is that a regional thing? You ever, oh man, what, it's like
Dr. Pepper versus Mr. Pibb?
No, it was like block parties and such. There was like a song that would come on, and you would have to like pick a partner, and every time they'd say something, you'd have to do something. Like the cha-cha, and Dr. Pepper was back-to-back. No?
I can't say I know what that is. I've been to a few block parties here, but...
Must be a New York thing. We grew up doing all like that stuff all the time.
Well, overall, I feel like block parties as a whole is more of a Eastern kind of culture thing.
Yeah.
Like in Los Angeles, we had some, but
we just need an excuse to throw a party for the block.
Yeah.
Cage triggered.
All right, Way2French. Just desperately need a 3rd round here in the half. They did a great job of coming back on Haven from a 9-3 deficit, but you know this one's even much more dire. They need this win, but right now Underrated going to try change things up, pushing up through mid, narrowly missing one. Did Shanks, and he's going to go ahead and back off as looks like the rest of the push is getting set up over here by Banana.
Wall's going to do a job and stop players coming up through long. Ooh. Shot gonna miss. Wall's gonna fall. Way2French pushing on in. There's an ultimate coming out from Incred, who grabs one with that and one with the gun. Comes around and gets taken down himself, and so it's a 1 versus the Maw.
Oh my God.
4, baby. Oh man. Scoreboard's not working, right? How many kills does this man have already? 23. Well, he's the only one that matters, apparently, and he's got 23 kills.
And I think I don't know exactly how the bug works. I think it just shows the top frag.
Yeah, it just shows top frag.
So that's oof. 9 frags, I believe, is what it showed Incredible having.
Yes, he was 9 and 11. So.
Well then, Way2French. They came back from a 9-3 deficit. Can they come back from a 10-2 deficit? That's an even more difficult ask. Oh boy, let's see what they've got here on their offense.
Giving it a shot here. Players have pushed up all the way down there. Look at that. All right. Bomb still left at home. Incred just kind of waiting. So a return here. I'm waiting from the B site. Spike will be picked up and it will run to A. 3 players standing at B from Way2French. And only 2 on defense here at A. They're both in showers, or at least nearby. Wall goes up, and standard plan here.
Down.
Miles able to look on up, and Incred picks one up as well, so it's 2 so far. Melio falls down. Ainge, beautiful shots out of showers. 3 players up from Underrated to defend against Way2French's 3-man retake, and they're all on the left side of the back.
All right, here we go. They are going to be approaching from the same angle, though. This is going to be a difficult one now, as we've got Nano with a huge paint shells there. Incredible, even going to go ahead and molly off that angle as he goes for the peek, taking out one.
Strong molly, but the unnecessary peek for sure. The ace from Ainge, but he falls to the flames. And that's number 2 here for Way2French.
Worth.
Absolutely, but
Just worth.
Here.
kind of funny looking.
Yes, this should do.
So, Underrated have been really good about their pistol rounds. They've been really good about the ensuing anti-eco rounds. So, Way2French need to pull something out of their hat here. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-man peek over by Hookah. One already spotted out. Shanks picks up 2 before he falls.
And Worth, you're screaming Worth. Absolutely. Shanks gets a 2 for 1. Retro gets a 2 for 1. And the rest of the team has their own little party. 2 players standing for Underrated when they take that one away from pushing us to a game 3. Chad asked earlier, we're going to Ascent. We're not there yet. The large lady has not sung just yet. But with that in mind, Ascent. Looking at the way Underrated plays offense, they'll be starting on defense, believe it or not. Underrated, that is. How do you feel about Underrated's chance on Ascent?
They're mixed. Definitely mixed. But if Shanks can keep up this performance, Ascent is, again, one of those maps where off-tempo pushes can really, really catch people off guard. The way they like to play mid, I think does work towards his benefit here. Now Underrated, though, they're regrouping over by short A, and it looks like they're going to be ready to make that push. Ange picked up that ultimate orb and is able to get into cover just in time, but Mill is there. Takes out Ange.
Nice job. Easy play there. Retro is going to be aggressing from the high ground and the low ground. 4 players are up. The spike is down. Way2French, no options. Have to come into this one. 1, 2, 3 will be coming from the same angle, it looks like. Filtering into the site. Nano's going to grab 2 with the bomb bot. That's an LOL.
It's still a 3v3, and I don't know if they committed the molly quite yet onto this, so we'll see if it goes down.
It looked like they did. We saw him lining up before. Good molly in the shower. His player walks on through. Nano grabs the 3rd of the round. Hughes finds one of their own as well, and that's going to be the round. So Way2French claw their way back into it. Try to claw their way back into it. No, that's going to be the game. Underrated puts up 13 above Way2French's 2.
Wow.
Insane.
Do you see that, by the way? The combat score for Shanks?
So combat score, I do a lot of Rocket League, and game score doesn't really matter unless it's absurd. And I feel very similarly when it comes to combat score. I don't really care what your combat score is unless it's 422. Then I'm really interested.
Very few of, like, pro matches do we see individual play like that. To break 400 in average combat score is actually pretty insane. And
Yeah.
Shanks really, he put on a display on this map.
And again, obviously the world of professional Valorant is very interesting. It's very new. A lot of tournaments being out there. Some teams grab tier 1 sponsors. We see Hiko and 100 Thieves, et cetera, et cetera. These guys aren't really backed, but Way2French are beating some of those squads. And so that's the line. This is a professional grade team, and they just lost, which means Underrated has to have some sort of chutzpah behind their name as well. You know what I mean? So when we talk about pro play, this is it, baby.
Yeah, the wonder is was this map just like a flash in the pan? Was Shanks really just getting away with things that he really shouldn't have? Will they be able to make the adjustments for, again, the off-kilter play, the off-tempo play that's coming out from Shanks so far on this Phoenix? He's only played the Phoenix, I believe, right? This entire time.
Yes.
So will they have an answer for it coming into this third and final map?
That's a big question. Again, this is... So, this is a map that I usually ask my Phoenix player, my, just striker, if you will, right? My attack. Please play Reyna. I think Reyna shuts down mid, which is integral to running this map. But I say normally. With the way Shanks has been playing Phoenix, I think you just feed the hot hand, no pun intended, and you just keep giving it to him,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't really know what the answer is, but at this point, I think it just might be win your duel. We started off the day with win your duel, and right now it's been Shanks who's honestly been running up and winning them. Just doing the running Vandal stuff. Just running Vandal stuff.
Classic, good old-fashioned nonsense. Game going to be coming at you soon. Game number 1 was on Haven. That was Underrated's pick. They looked fantastic on offense, winning 9 in the first half, but then ultimately Way2French are able to come back and take things after the fact. Very similar situation on Bind, which we just saw, except Way2French didn't come on back. It was just the slaughter from the attacker side, then finished off. And now we're here at game 3. Because 1 in each pocket, best of 3 here on Fight Night. Winner takes all, and winner, we see you next week. So with that in mind, we got to see how these players kind of make it on happen. How are we going to see Way2French step it up and take this home and stay on the table is the question, if at all.
Yeah, so I believe Way2French are starting on the offensive end here, and so yes. This is... Trying to think what they could do to really try and shut down Shanks. The problem was that in the map before, or in the series before this, that it wasn't Shanks that was the big issue. It was Retro.
Sure.
That was the big issue, as he was just, I believe, on the Omen. They ended up playing Sageless, if I remember correctly, for that composition. So maybe this might be one of those times where they try to go for a lot more Sage plays on the side of Way2French, try to really use the man advantage with the resurrections, with the heals as well. Hell, this might be honestly one of those times where you play the Sage along with that Reyna, so you have double heals and you're coming into a lot of these fights, these gunfights, with the health advantage.
That's fair, especially looking at how we've seen Shakes or the Phoenix player kind of run these games. Shanks might be the Sage might be able to provide some good heals when he comes in with run it back and take him down. Then you can heal back up. You might be able to kind of answer back that way for sure. Other answers to Phoenix, I think, are, Sage really comes to mind, not just with the heal and the res, but also with the slow orb. How else do you answer a strong Phoenix player?
Yeah, the way he's playing, I think this might be just another opportunity for Way2French to slow it down a little bit, especially on their offense, right? Play a bit more default, maybe play for the contact, and then force Shank to adjust the way he's playing. But again, like I said, I don't think Shank is going to be the cornerstone for this, for them coming into map number 3, for them coming into Ascent, that it is going to be more reliant upon, of course, from what we saw in the map before. It was more on Retro, who was able to come up big for them.
Certainly, we'll see who's able to perform. Looking at Way2French, these guys have been kind of sleepy. Obviously, they took one home, but it hasn't been the performance that we saw last week, before, or in some of the other tournaments. What's different here this week?
For the most part, I would say in particular, the defense on Haven was definitely uncharacteristic of them, as well as just what happened to them here on the defense as well. They don't look like the same defensive team coming out. They had answers for everything that Charlotte threw at them last week, and they were able to deflect every single attack almost with no issue whatsoever. This time around, though, Way2French, I think it is coming down to Shank just really throwing them off guard again on these timings, on these pushes, the way he's playing. But again, coming into Ascent, I don't think that'll be the same case.
We'll see, because what Shanks is doing, you hear a lot of talk about odd angle, right? When you come around, I mean, pick a spot in Valorant, right? Or any tag shooter. You get to understand where players are likely to sit because that's where the cover is. That's the best place to sit, quite honestly. So if you're standing out in the middle of nowhere, wide swings, etc., if you're standing not near any cover, that's not where the player's crosshair is going to be, and you might win the trade despite being in the quote-unquote worst spot because you have found the odd angle. That's what Shanks is doing with respect to timing and entryways, right? Where you expect the players to come around this spot around this time because that's how much time it takes per usual. And then Shanks is sitting there waiting, maybe going faster, maybe going slower. And that type of dynamic play is really keeping the opponents off guard, and it's been really successful here.
Yeah, I agree right now. And that's why I think you go for the default play. You just hope that you catch them out guard. You set up the trap, and you try to get that first pick. Here on Ascent, when you do have that man down, you don't have the same kind of presence over at mid. You're forced to split the 2-2 on the A site and on the B site. It becomes that much easier for the attackers. And so hopefully Way2French can slow the game down just a little bit and go for the proper executes. We saw on Haven, we even saw there on Vine that, their attacks were still good. They have the executes, and they were able to get the bomb plants down. It was just afterwards, a lot of the post plant positions, things got rushed, things got muddied, and they just weren't able to play the same kind of offense that we were even still used to seeing them. Even though it was their defense that was kind of like the iron wall for them last week.
We're going to get started here on Ascent. As we said, Underrated have chosen to play defense, and Way2French have chosen the map, so they'll be put over on the attacker side of things. Are those rifles?
No, we've been having this visual bug all day long. Yeah,
I was like, I'm very perplexed. So B push, B rush, in all honesty. It is a big time rush as Way2French tries to make some music. 2 players already down for the count, answered by 1. So 4 up for Way2French. Used with a nice little boost over here, trying to keep control. Love this angle. Way2French are able to find 1 already. Spikes down.
Right between the eyes.
And through the smoke, so is a Way2French player. 3 still standing versus 2. Kev and his teammate coming from the same spot and going to the same spot. Way2French, a little bit angry, start this one off hot, 1-0.
That's a hell of a way to start it, especially just with how successful that that Underrated have been on their pistol rounds. That's one way to slow them down here, as Way2French desperately need this. They need something to stop the tempo of Underrated, to stop the momentum that they've been building up across this last map.
We're trying to figure out what that is. Because things have seemed real dire. But Way2French, as we say in ATL, turning up, ready to get it done, walking up mid. There's the bot, and it's going to push players past it. Shockdar comes through, gives Incred a haircut, and it's a full rotation of B site from the defenders. And the offense, on the other hand, thinking about going to A. Nice Molly. It's going to push players back up, going to Cat, and it will be an A push. So the rotation from out underrated going to be out rotated. Nano in the squad, looking for A. 2 players from underrated on site already. And here's one in tree room. Beautiful shot comes out, and that's going to line him up. Use puts one in the ground. Nice play there. Soldier girl, tell him. 3 for the Sage player.
Oh my god!
4. 21 HP in a dream. The squad. You can open the door?
From the right side, yeah. Jeez, use. Wow.
Yeah.
He got popped in the back with a right click from the class. I don't know how any of that happened.
I mean, he gets it done. 7, 1, and 1 after 2 rounds. This man has 7 kills. That's funny. $3,000 as well. Very, very healthy. B site. Mill gonna push up front. Mill, excuse me. I've been pronouncing his name like Mealborn.
We've been pronouncing it every which way. Every way you can pronounce it, we've pronounced it that way.
It's a shocking approach, you know?
Yeah. Cover your bases. COA.
Shots coming up towards mid. Retro's able to do work. That's 2 for the Omen player. And can't find the third as Miles able to find it. 2 alive for Way2French. UR has 3. The French still here on the B side, but the spike carrier goes down. And who is it? It's Shanks playing hero. Smoke gonna set this player up for success. The door goes down. Nice play here. Do you even go for this if you're Way2French?
Yes. I think you do. You've got 28 seconds to work with. Here comes the flash, though, from Shanks.
Who's going to mess everything up? Walks in, can't find it. Oh, but the secondary one, he flashes himself, still gets the kill. It wasn't pretty, but it happened.
He just believes in the heart of the aim. And I honestly don't know how he did that. He was completely blind on that one. And his crosshair was just on top of him for whatever reason here. But yeah, I say you just go for that because, I mean, take a look at the money situation for Way2French. They're fine. They're going to be able to buy up for this one. No operator. That's the main difference. But, you know, you kind of got like the semiotic operator there in the Guardian.
Completely controls how you deal with mid when there's an op on the other team. This is where the phrase really comes into play. Threat of activation. Like, you just... The op does damage to you whether or not it kills you because you have to be wary of its ability. You cannot play mid the same way you would if there wasn't an op on the enemy team when there is. And so Way2French don't really have mid option available to them, so they're just going to shove everybody through B-site garage. Retro's here waiting and is able to trade out. Ainge follows up with the after effect. Still 3 players in the corridor. Way2French. The Pop-Tarts coming out. But JMO able to find Melio. 2 players stuck in the corner, and this is Underrated's one to lose. They've got Kev doing work. Nano and Hughes go down. It's 2-2.
2-2, and the bank of Way2French hurting. We force onto this eco round now. We do see some light investment coming in. We got the SMG on Cred, along with the light armor and light armor buy for Hughes and that Sheriff. So hopefully they can bank off of this. I don't know if they continue to try and make a B push or what do they do exactly here. It looks like possibly a play for mid here. Underrated. I got a default play in the presence of 2, actually, over at mid.
Kev, one more time. Way2French are dealing with Kev's op really, really well. They've chased him out of that mid spot twice in 2 rounds. Hasn't been successful for them to win, but certainly a nice look. Beautiful paranoia from Retro as he tries to maintain this middle position. Has to fall back. JMO going to do the same. Way2French just shoving it down towards mid. Not chosen an A site or a B site. That's one of the cool things about this map. You can just walk up mid and decide where to go after you get there.
Here we go. Retro. Again, this is the man that we were supposed to look at, and he has not disappointed yet in the last 4 rounds. Shanks, though, is going to be forced to hold down here as the smokes do come off. He's smoked off. He does back away. He's got his fire down, dissuading the push, and he actually did a lot of damage with it.
Not a bad look, but everybody coming on through. Retro, and Shanks. 3 for Shanks, 2 for Retro, and that's the whole damn team. After 5, 3-2, Underrated's favor.
That's a hell of a hold, too, only losing 1 in that push.
Incredible.
So Underrated, they're building up quite the bank. An operator in the hands of Kev, and he's still got 6,400 in the bank. He's going to be able to buy up for Retro.
One more time, Kev likely to hold down middle. No. Yeah, he will. I really, watching the op players play short angles frustrates me. Ooh. Trouble. In mid. Pop. Nice shot from Kev. Pushes through the short angles, gets rewarded with a long angle kill, and after the fact, Shanks with the flanks. Number 3 on the way. Kev has right side of the site locked down, and it's only the Omen player. And he gone. Nice shot one more time. Easy peasy. Underrated, now owning 2/3 of the rounds we've seen so far. 10-5-1 for Hughes, who started this one off really, really strong. 7 kills in 2 rounds for the Sage main on Way2French. And Mile has largely looked strong as well, but Underrated as a team has really shown up here in game number 3. Because of that, they find themselves up 4-2.
Yeah, Underrated. I've really been able to utilize on this map a bit more successfully than the last time they were here on a set. Shanks' play style so far on that Phoenix. He does have to run it back. I'm surprised that he's playing it as far back as he is right now. He knows that there's some presence over here at mid. He knows that there could be a possible play. So I'd like to see him actually go for this, but maybe, of course, changing up the tempo, playing a little bit more slowly is part of the mind games up against Way2French.
Mind games. Well said. Well said, Jamerson. I think it's exactly how Underrated have been playing. We've focused on the Phoenix player Shanks a lot and how he's kind of just taken the tempo slider and played around with it like a toddler in an iPad. Up and down and up and down. Really, really fun stuff. And that's allowed his team to keep Way2French, an established squad, off kilter. Nice shots from Ainge. 2 players taken down before he himself eats it. 3 players up. And
oh my God.
Underrated one more time. Finds themselves in power. Meliwa avoids the flash. Avoids the first shot, not the second. And 5 alive for Underrated.
Yeah, Underrated at this point are just asserting their will upon Way2French. I mean, even in that play, Underrated didn't have to go for the peaks, right? There's the defenders. The plant wasn't down. the spike wasn't down at all. They could have just played for time and didn't have to worry about the trades, about losing someone, and worrying about their economy at all. But they are, again, asserting their dominance, asserting their will upon Way2French at this point. Way2French have to worry about this aggressive playstyle consistently coming out from Underrated.
Consistently is the word I kind of want to sling onto that one, because you know, when you're looking at a team like Way2French, sure, you like these tax shooters, you can grab a couple of rounds, you can grab a game, right? But consistently, we've seen them win, and they've looked strong while doing so too. And that's kind of the secret, is the consistency aspect. So Underrated, certainly aptly named.
Shank's going to back away just as that smoke dissipates, and we'll close out the door. Covered by Retro here, but oh, he peeks away at the wrong time. Use Amelio, trade away 2 for 1. And Way2French now have an opening here on the attack.
Hell Pillar dropped. And here comes the push from Way2French. Nano's able to take down 1. Shock Dark going to find somebody in the corner, not get the kill just yet. 1/3 of HP for the Omen player. Holding down the long slot, not the wrong slot. We'll see if it's the right one. And it is. Nice try and nice success from Mile. And they'll sit in Wino. And it's just Cypher here for Underrated. Way2French trying to get number 3. Ainge, though, successful so far. 3 defenders. 1 retake attempter with an op. Jamerson, do you save or do you play?
They've got the money to work with. I mean, a few of them were on almost full money here. So try to do a bit more damage to Way2French. Yeah, I think you Ange made the same right play there. Try to go for it. Try to find anything, even just an exit frag at the very least to trade away. Like I said, they've got plenty of money to work with at this point. And so take a look. JMO is sitting at 8K. So they'll be okay to take that loss, take the hit to their economy, if they could have done more damage to Way2French.
Eight away. Underrated. Have 5 of them. And team play coming out this time around from Underrated. Previously, we saw kind of one player stand up, whether it was Shanks, JMO looked really strong, Retro at one point. 7-7-6-6-5, reading the kills from top to bottom here for Underrated. And this balanced approach is really, really kind of helping them out here find these victories. Everybody's getting involved. Everybody's being, honestly, necessary. Because Way2French are looking a little bit more alive here in game number 3.
Do have a short little pause here. We'll see exactly how Way2French want to set up for this push.
You think his mouse died again?
Probably.
Oh, man. Players charge your mice. All right. Post pause now. Way2French, 3 players on the B side, 2 players on the A side. Omen, no ultimate, so won't be able to make the fast rotation.
Cover going out.
And we're off. Mid will be the push. So it looks like an A side push. A couple of players headed towards mid. And Way2French going to start this one off, but trade out. And still trading. So it's cut down to 3 on either teams as both mid expedition forces have eaten it. Way2French find another one as they walk up Cat. And Melio's going to pop the ult to find everybody's location. Doesn't turn around, though. And Mile able to find one from a long ways away as well. Spike going to be rotated and drop down on the other bomb site. And now Way2French will have to defend. It's Underrated. Walks into the crosshairs. Way2French with their third.
Yeah, this is looking much better now for Way2French here, as that was a much needed round. Again, trying to eat into the economy of Underrated, but Underrated are about to hit that max round loss bonus, so they can buy into this one. Ooh, that's a pretty big investment. This might be
double up or miles up.
Safety's off.
The double.
Word. Way2French have grabbed an op themselves as well. So the double op from Underrated theoretically should sit one long cat and one right here. Short mid, if you will, like cross mid. I don't know what you want to call that angle, but you can create like this T of ops if you'd like. A nice one from Underrated. Oof. The answer back from the Vandal. Nice shot by you, Retro. What do you? That was not the play.
Yeah, questionable. Say the very least here. You need some backup. You need someone there to at least trade away with you now.
Good angle for JMO to hold here.
Taken down.
Finds one. Knows players are coming from the other side. Rotates, can't find them. A little bit too fast. Oh, misses the shot. And the hat guy will get taken care of on the secondary expedition. So 6 to something. 6-4 for Underrated. And they're looking pretty damn good. 10 though. And this is a closer game than any of them that we've seen here tonight between these two.
Yeah, we've had some crazy discrepancies when we head into the half, but this is currently one of the closer ones. I believe 9-3 was what we swapped at in the first game, and then 10-2 in the second map. Here we are at 6-4 now.
Smoke's coming out as Way2French are interested in the beta site. Coming on through, stuck in the hallway. I'm just going to close the door from mid. And the bot gets taken care of. Way2French hesitating again, which got them in a lot of trouble last map. And seemingly doing the same here. 4-on-5 as they've already lost a player.
Yeah, they're going to lick their wounds and back away all the way to spawn here and rotate all the way back. They're hoping maybe to even catch out Shanks, but it's Shanks now playing a little bit more passive here. He got the pick and now he just backs away and he's going to hold this angle once again.
Watching here.
Fire down, stopping what Incred wants to do. And Yuzo's going to find one as well after the fact. The res comes up. All of a sudden, Way2French, 5 versus 4. And they're going to be able to dodge the shots from JMO and punish after the fact. The jump down's insane. Omen, what are you doing? Retro with the modern defense. Underrated. Come off of that one clean, completely. Thanks to their top frag, Retro.
This is what we're saying. Retro is the man that you have to look for. Shanks is the man they play, the defense, or excuse me, the offense plays around though.
Yeah.
Retro 14-9-6, Shanks 8-6-1. Even with that scoreline though, after 11 rounds, it doesn't accurately represent the impact that Shanks is having. You know, he's not getting the high frags that he was in the rounds beforehand, but he's definitely got this, and this is the boost that I was actually looking for Way2French to try and finally respond. But Underrated, they've got some sort of second sense here. Kev with a quick peek takes out Incred, and as he backs, he's going to back off.
So the ultimate going to be used, and Way2French still trying to hammer this B site's nail. It's been tough the last couple of rounds. And the information is given to Underrated. Way2French have to make a decision. In or out. In or out. And they're still stuck. Yeah, they're just in the fridge, man.
To remember that they also committed that res into the last round, thinking they were going to have the numbers advantage. Of course,
Yep.
Shanks just holding the angle here. He's got the flash ready as well. Goes for the re-peek and takes him out. It's all down to one now.
Here comes Shanks on the other side and easily taken care of there. Almost died after that one, but after the half, 8 belong to Underrated. Only 4 in the camp of Way2French. Underrated are now on offense, and frankly speaking, have looked better on offense all damn night. So I don't think they're in a bad spot right now.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I feel like Way2French, you know, going for that boost, it came about 2 or 3 rounds a little bit too late. Something that should have tried to approach earlier, but now as we swap sides, you know, that's something that we don't have to worry about. It's Melio with the camera out. Try to go for the quick peek. Doesn't see anyone pushing through this angle quite yet. There is someone on the other side of the wall, though.
Trouble, though, as they're trying to find either side. Nice arrow. Nano was quick to find that one. Smoke directly on where Nano's at. Underrated. Not really committing to anywhere just yet.
Yeah, they could take their time. They're expecting maybe for Way2French to try to get a little bit aggressive on them, but you know, playing for the contact here is fine. Looks like they are getting ready to make a push on to the B side. It's going to be an execute here as they're lining up for this. The recon bolt might spot out too. So here he comes out, and they are onto the side already. Shanks take a lot of damage, but it's the trade away.
Spike carrier is going to go down, and Mile has the best angle in a long time. Able to grab 2 after the fact. Mile, the only one alive here. Paranoia out downtown. And pushing on in. Melio here. Ooh, has sound. Can't see through the smoke. Oh, man. Can't see through the smoke. Oh, man. Finds it. Can't find the secondary. And the defuse will be good. Way2French win the round.
It's kind of awkward. I feel like the Way2French players could have just pushed that smoke earlier. They knew exactly where he was. They got the information that he was playing back sight. And with the angle that the smoke came in, didn't have to be as scary as that there. But Way2French keeping this live now, taking that pistol round. It's been going back and forth between these two teams now. But, you know, Underrated, they've had largely successful pistol rounds throughout most of the evening, but Way2French now going to be able to answer that, and that's a much desperately needed one as well.
I mean, that's every round is desperately needed at this point. Incred going to be holding the close angle. And middle. Slowly pushed up here by Kev. Everybody going to be looking for A. Way2French have 2 players that have yet to make the rotation. Jamo's going to be able to grab Mile just like that, who's been exemplary. But Incred stands in front, takes down 2, and the third on the way won't happen. Retro, Kev, and Shanks line up for 3 in a row, and the remaining player is Use. Coming down into tree room, grabs one with excellent crosshair placement, walking into A main, knows there's a player behind the generator. Oh no. Still doesn't matter. Bad slow, good shot. Good job. Round to Way2French.
Yeah, it baited out the strafe anyhow. Even though it did kind of miss there, it still baited that one out. So yeah, Way2French are going to be able to hold on, get the 6th round on the board. And I mean, Retro is the man that we were really looking forward to, and he did some crazy stuff there, but it just wasn't enough now. Way2French here on the defense, able to take advantage of a bit more of the overextension of Underrated. We'll see if maybe Underrated try to play for a little bit more default, try to play for the picks, but currently, though, they're stacked up to, looks like, to make a play for A site.
And that's where teams have been successful so far. B has been a little bit more problematic. Way2French, we saw them slam their head into it a number of times. We'll see if Underrated commit to the A site, as they do not have the spike. So again, just kind of looking for the pot shots here.
Don't quite agree with how that drone was used. Didn't really get them that much information at all whatsoever. They're still stacked up here. There's 2 on the A site. The closest for the rotation, of course, is going to be Mill. But here comes the Molly out to try and slow them down. Incredible does have to back away, sprays through the smoke. Does a little bit of damage, but it's the tradeaways.
Been all right. But the spikes can go down here. 4 players on either side. Way2French, honestly, with decent positioning here. Retro generally off site. Mile trying to walk on in. And Retro just on the money right now. I mean, this is the guy you've been focused on.
Yeah, he just set up a great flank there, coming up through mid. And honestly, Retro is just absolutely slaying out. He's going to go ahead and teleport, change up this angle here. It looks like DM at this point.
It does, honestly, just kind of winding up on all sides. Right now, after 15, Way2French 6 to Underrated's 9. And Underrated 3 away from tournament, in all honesty. Which, thank you for joining us for our fight night. Way2French are the champs. They're the ones that win the tournaments. They're a strong team. And Underrated coming through saying, what's up? B site, one more time, seems to be the location that Underrated are interested in. 2 players going to be walking into at least a Sage, but a nice flash doesn't work. Hughes takes down 1. And the Shanks is able to find Nano and then some. 2 for the Phoenix. One more time. Flashes in. Rushes on down. B site going to be owned by Underrated. Spike going to be planted towards the back of the site. Retro again grabs Incred. And that's the last one for Way2French. Underrated hits double digits. And they're close.
10-6 our scoreline now. Way2French just not used to the pace that Underrated are playing at here. It's 2 completely different kinds of offenses coming out. Way2French were picking up the tempo towards the latter end of their offense, but Underrated have picked up that speed and continued with it. They're just onto the site. We saw when Way2French were making their pushes onto B, they were being very cautious about checking all their angles and everything, but Underrated are just swarming onto the sites here. Looks like they're posturing again for another B side push.
Kev's going to use the robot to come on through and drone out just 1. Only sees 1. Doesn't really see that secondary player, I think. Way2French's 5 players. What was the purpose of that teleport?
I'm not sure.
I don't think that was the right move there, champion.
Maybe he just forgot how to cancel it. It was like, well, I'll just use it instead.
Honestly, maybe.
Orbital strike coming out. Retro getting caught out during that ultimate.
4 players for underrated. 45 seconds on the clock. Not planted. B-site rotation going to be working out here.
Oh, there's one that was able to sneak into Boathouse. This can really catch him off guard. Of course, it's Shanks here.
Oh, yep. There's the flame wall. Runs over to the other side. Like, just beautiful, beautiful plays out of the Phoenix in ways that we don't normally see Phoenix played. 20 seconds on the clock. Shanks and Ainge going to be able to find some. Nano, though, still keeping it alive. A dozen seconds left to go. Recon Bolt destroyed. Silva destroyed. Way2French down, but not out. 11 for underrated. Way2French need 5 to tie.
Now, Way2French do have some ultimates to work with. Of course, the Resurrect along with the Silva ult and the teleport for the Omen. But the issue is it's so difficult to read how underrated are going to be playing this defense. I don't know how you can find a safe place to go for the flank. What kind of maneuvers can they do with this Omen? Oh, Shanks with that quick push, able to pick up one.
Oh, flashes. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Give me your money. Shanks just rolls right up and rolls 4, 5, 6. Easily done. Man, that's exactly the tempo you got to play as Phoenix. That's exactly the gamble you got to take as Phoenix. Retro honestly grabs 2, but Shanks snatches the second. Cap off his overkill. And 18 in the pocket, a dozen of them belong to underrated. One more will give us the Baker's dozen, the map, the match, and the whole tournament, and give us a new champion. An interesting for sure.
Really been able to do repeat defenses so far. It might be cursed to be sitting up top as underrated or poised to really dethrone Way2French.
Certainly an interesting look here. Here it is. Just right up into it. Phoenix just goes ready, set, go.
And you see the frenetic pace, how he's quickly clearing the traps and everything else. And he's just pushing, continue pushing with that. Now, they're only able to pick up one. It's Kev, there we go, with a shock dart, takes out Mill, and everything's just going all downhill, and that's just going to be it. Only one Silva left here to try and keep this alive.
Incredible stuff, folks. Again, Way2French is considered a top team. No sponsor, but certainly plays like they deserve one. And they brought game 1 and 2 to a game 3, but it's underrated that are going to take this one. Way2French, we knew ye well, but underrated, you're a new Fight Night champion. What a change.
Yeah.
What a change. I mean, and listen, Shanks is quickly becoming one of my favorite kind of underground, if you will, underrated. Let's just call them what they are, right? One of my favorite underrated players to watch here. I made the noob joke before about Phoenix's. You said frenetic pace, and tactical shooters are games meant to be taken slowly, right? If you're coming from Counter-Strike, you look really good at the beginning of Valorant because you're already used to this pace, which is drastically different from some of the other competitive shooters. Everything from Fortnite to COD requires you to have a different brain space when you're playing this game, right? Shanks comes out here and he's playing this frenetic pace like you're talking about, which is foreign to this genre for the most part. And he has found that Goldilocks planet, if you will, of frenetic pace, but still able to be patient enough to win the games.
Yeah, just honestly, what I've been seeing across these last 6 maps for Shanks' playstyle, it's of course a style that can succeed really well or put your teams in the dumps. And the way that he's playing it, the speed that he's playing it, the pushes that he's making, pushes that, you know, most people wouldn't make on Phoenix here across all 6 maps, it's very reminiscent of young Stu, you know, when he first got signed, coming up on the ladder, coming up on the Cloud9. Stu has since, you know, of course, calmed it down a little bit, really fell into like the IGL role here, but like Shanks is really reminding me of that kind of pub star mentality of just making pushes and just creating opportunities for his team.
He's been really fun to watch. Retro was the guy that you had your eyes on pretty much all night and wound up being the top frag at the end of it. So kind of Retro was who we were looking at the beginning and at the end of it all. His team's going to be able to take it 13-6 in the final game here. And Retro is also joined with us. First of all, congrats. Second of all, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm chilling, man. I mean, you guys put on a great show. And, you know, I'm going to start off with one of these more like in-depth questions. You guys looked phenomenal, specifically on attack, which is something odd. Usually people opt for defense. Usually you look better on defense. I venture a shot that you guys look better on offense. How do you feel about that statement, and why do you think that's so?
I actually definitely agree, especially just because in reality, and just, you know, this applies to any team, we actually that's our first ever games with JMO. They're ready just to fucking take the aim. Sorry for swearing. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear. But yeah, but we went in there ready to aim. We came in there warm, and that's really what matters in the end. As long as we took our fights together, and that's the small thing that, you know, that does come with time. But we didn't necessarily have strats. We just played well together. We were calming well. We were playing everything together well, and that's pretty much what happened. We just won the game because I think we just played really much better individually as a team, even though we didn't have much practice.
Yeah, speaking of coming in warm and having the hot hands, we do have to talk about Shanks. What is it like? I mean, you know, it kind of looks like he's a little bit of a loose cannon. He just kind of makes these pushes. I want to know what the comms are like when he does go for those really aggressive pushes.
Oh, it's stressful. I'm looking at my map, and he says I'm going in, and it's a 50-50. He kills 4 or he dies to an eco, and we lose the round. And it is really scary, actually. Like, but you know, he does it well. And to be honest, we kind of all started kind of trying to play a little bit more aggressive, and I think it works well when it's not just one guy. It's more like all 5 of us, so it's more surprising. It's not they're just holding for him, but instead they have to hold for all of us. We're keeping them on their toes, and we did it well.
Definitely fun to watch. Yeah, keeping things changing.
So how do you play around that? I was particularly looking at you once we went over to Ascent to really capitalize off of the kind of space that's created by Shanks. So how do you play around that, particularly on Ascent? On
Ascent, well, I think the fact that he's playing Phoenix, you know, he kind of just gets to get the free space. He's using his wall. He's using his flashes. He always, you know, has his ult as well. And he's the best thing about Shanks is he really, really isn't afraid of dying. And I think, you know, that could hurt, but that's also a good thing, especially in a game like that game we just played. It's a very good thing. We're able just to follow him in and, you know, kill people, let him go in, do his thing, and we're able to support him. Good thing we're all playing well, and that's what happens when we're all playing well. Things just work out.
Hell yeah, man. You guys came into Fight Night, like you said, warmed up, ready to roll. Way2French. I said this quite a couple of times on the broadcast. I mean, you know, they've played in some big boy tournaments, ranked number 9 by ESPN, next to names like 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Was that a concern at all to you guys, or did you just come in, turn nameplates off, and click heads? It
was kind of like, we came in. We're not like, obviously, we're always ready to win. We always want to win. But obviously, you know, there's some certain standards. Like I said, we just played with the new 5th. You know, like we're trying to just test the water, see how good we can play and how good we are. Just straight up trying, not necessarily pugging, because we were still calling stuff. We played good Valorant, I guess. But and honestly, like we went in there, we played our game. I truthfully think that individually, I think we're better, to be honest. Not even gonna lie. So like we definitely were not like held back. Like, oh, it's Way2French. Oh my God, watch out. You know?
I like the attitude. You know, it's tough. I think you've got to be able to, you know, be in control and be confident, but at the same time, you guys showed respect and understood who you were coming after for sure. Last thing I wanna ask you is less of an ask and more just give you the floor. Y'all just won a tournament. shout out whatever you want. Twitch channels, Twitters, friends, family, sponsors if you got them.
Shout out to just retro on Twitch, and shout out to Cole and Sabian. It's an inside thing. And thank you all my teammates. I love those guys already. We're gonna make moves, dude. We're gonna remember our names.
I believe it. I mean, we're certainly gonna remember your name here on Fight Night. So you won. We'll see you next week, man. Congratulations. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, man. Have a great day.
You too, bud. That is Retro from our new champions, Underrated. He played Omen for the majority of the match. Jamerson, I mean, real cool guy, real cool stuff. Your final thoughts on tonight's Fight Night?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that, we were able to confirm that it was a little bit of not just the loose cannon. It was still, I guess, controlled aggression coming out from Shanks there, especially on Ascent. And I like that, they were able to follow the lead, that 4 other players, especially with a new 5th, were able to keep up with the tempo that Shanks was playing at. And so that's really impressive in and of itself. Because again, the pace that he was setting was absolutely blazing, which is, I guess, thematic for what he was playing.
Yeah, just running it down, man, and doing well. Again, shout outs to Way2French. Thank you so much for being here and coming through. They won last week and the week before. You can find them on Twitter at Way2French. They are a top tier team looking for an opportunity to have a sponsor behind them. Shout out to our Canadian friends who have been owning the chat as well. We appreciate it. It's really fun kind of seeing that the amount of people in chat go up week after week. It's a lot of fun putting on the show. So shout out to the guys behind the scenes at Giant Slayer. Me and Jamerson just show up and, well, he looks pretty. I just open my mouth. They're the ones that make it happen. And you guys are as well. So shout out to you. Every Tuesday, there's a Fight Night Arena. If you got a team, call us up. If you don't, watch it. We'll be here next week. Hope you are as well. For Jamerson, myself, and like I said, everyone behind the scenes at Giant Slayer, we'll catch you next time. Peace and much love to you.